right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities is either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also has some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in from 1958 to 1961. Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as the PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013. When revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged, Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as Chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a Director in Ashaka Cement, and a Director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, and also he's been a Director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He is a Fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, Fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and Fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian brewery sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He has also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people from or otherwise could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Henry Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Osogbo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba I of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Ola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Ola Babalola Jamodu.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934 in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
We've got just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM. The station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
problem. Better. Never bend your head, always hold it high and look the world straight in the eye. These are the words of Helen Keller, and this is to say Happy International Women's Day in advance to all women. Tomorrow will be the D-Day, but today we'll be looking at some issues surrounding women in today's world. I'm Blessing Aiche, I'm a woman, and proudly I welcome you to the Friday's edition on the front burners and Souq News TV. My guys are here. Yes, they're guys, but they're happy that a woman is in their midst today. Dr. Dausa Osabanze and Priya Krumale. Good morning.
Blessing, good morning. It's good for once to flip the charts. And, well, we're on the other side today.
Yes.
I told Krumale yesterday I'm ready to pound yam and make the soup.
Okay, no
as
problem.
As long as you do the bills.
Just be good. Complete the goodness. Complete the goodness.
Oh, yeah.
No, now let's not go.
Yeah,
let's not go that way.
It's to flip the
words. But somebody has been pounding the yam for years and making the soup, and has not been asking you to pay for that. When you go to a restaurant now, do you know how much chefs charge?
Well, it's not about.
Many men have free chefs in their homes.
Yeah. So you want to be the chef today?
So no payments.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Now, is there another International Women's Day again?
This month is for us.
Yeah, is there another one in the year?
Why? Why do you ask?
There should be, right?
Why do you ask?
I'm saying that because you guys have more than one.
See, it's all about us. It's all about us. The month of March is Women's International Month, so it's all about us. We can start from any day, but tomorrow is going to be the official International Women's Day, and so we're going to be highlighting key women issues today. Before we get to that part, you do know the drill. We'll start by bringing you something you don't want to miss. News analysis follows, and then we'll get to policy discuss before posts and perspectives, and then we conclude with sports. So right away, let's get over to a woman's corner. Yes, because the person is going to bring to you something you don't want to miss is a woman, Swift Aderito. Hello, Swift.
Hi, Blessing. First of all, you look gorgeous as usual.
Thank you so much.
We're flipping the narrative.
Yes.
They are pounding yams today.
Oh, yes.
We can take them a bit. We can send them to the market, give them money.
Before the tip, we need to ascertain the taste of the soup.
And
be sure that oil is not in one corner, salt is in another.
No, first, my joy would be to see doctors sweating it out in the market, pressing egusi hamburger.
Okay.
I'm sure you do know that thing about cooking. I'm sure you don't want to send you to the kitchen because I don't think you're able to eat the food.
No, we'll ask you
maybe
to hold.
Very salty.
You just hold the jar of water.
No,
so
doesn't make very beautiful, delicious meal. I will make it nice.
So it looks like it's going to be food fest this season because the men say they want to beat women to it when it comes to cooking. But for Priya, I would not make that mistake of sending him to the kitchen. I can ask him.
Men are always better chef.
Not this man here.
Talking about cutting the vegetables, Priya is going to be cutting the vegetables all day.
That's what I'm doing.
Well, but Melanie Gates says that a woman with a voice is the definition of a strong woman. But to search to find that voice can be remarkably difficult. As we celebrate Women's Day, I urge all women to find their voice. My name is Swift Aderito, and this is something you don't want to miss. Talking about strong women, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum on Thursday hailed the unprecedented results from the collaboration with the United States of America after President Donald Trump suspended most tariffs on our country until April 2nd. We will continue to work together, particularly on immigration or migration and security issues. Sheinbaum wrote on social media after what she called an excellent and respectful phone call with Donald Trump. My excitement for today is as we celebrate International Women's Day, what other male presidents couldn't achieve, a woman achieved with a phone call. My second story, the health. They say health is the new wealth, and somebody who understands this statement is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has granted automatic employment to 700 followers of the National Health Program. The president stated this while speaking at the presidential launch of the program in Abuja, and this Friday, the announcement came after coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare Ali Pate urged federal, state, and local governments to integrate the fellows into the workforce to support the universal health coverage. We hope that more doctors are recruited, because the most annoying thing is when you get to the hospital and there's shortage of manpower. And of course, my final story for the day: crude oil prices fall as Naira appreciates to 1,512 Naira in the parallel market. And the exchange rate for the Naira rose to 1,505 per dollar and 1,502 Naira per dollar on Tuesday, as crude oil prices continue to slip as the Naira maintains its stability against the dollar in the foreign exchange market. Oil prices fell about 2% between the first 2 weeks, and the lowest has been reported this week amidst reports that OPEC will proceed with a planned oil output increase in April. It was reported that the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, and who allies with Russia, known as OPEC, decided to proceed with the planned output. And like we put it, the more the prices are falling and our Naira is stable, well, we're excited about that. She'll put a smile upon your face. She'll take you to a higher place. So don't you underestimate the strength of a woman. In the words of Shaggy, my name is Swift Oderito. I'll see you at the top. Let's go for a quick break and a timeout. And of course, I'm leaving you in the able hands of the front burner team. We have the beautiful Blessing Oyipiye, the man who has every topic on hold. And of course, my handsome doctor who knows it all. See you in a bit.
Every March, we celebrate Women's History Month, a time to honor the incredible contributions of women throughout history. It's a month dedicated to recognizing the struggles, achievements, and resilience of women who have shaped our world in politics, science, the arts, activism, and beyond. The Women's History Month movement began in 1980 when former U.S. President Jimmy Carter declared the week of March 8th as National Women's History Week. Just 7 years later, in 1987, the U.S. Congress expanded it to the full month of March, solidifying the national commitment to telling the untold stories of women's contributions. For centuries, women's achievements were often overlooked or erased from history books. Yet, they have been at the forefront of change, fighting for equal rights, breaking barriers, and revolutionizing industries. Women's History Month isn't just about the past, it's about the present and the future. Despite progress, challenges remain. Women continue to fight for equal pay, representation in leadership, and access to education and health care. That is why this month serves as both a celebration and a call to action. It reminds us to amplify women's voices, challenge inequalities, and create a future where every woman and girl has the opportunity to thrive. We can educate ourselves on stories of trailblazing women. We can support women-owned businesses, mentor young girls, and advocate for policies that empower women. This March, let's celebrate the past, embrace the present, and empower the future. Happy Women's History Month. Antonia Umo, Souq News Television.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our program.
On this side, where we look at some of the stories that have made the headlines, we begin with a story on Naira recovery, which says that the BDC operators, that's Bureau de Change operators, facing constraints buying forex from banks, according to the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria. And then they have cried out, saying that they are constrained from purchasing foreign exchange from the banks. This is attributed to the recent situation where the exchange rate at the parallel market is trading lower than the interbank proceeds sales to the BDCs. Again, the issue of forex scarcity constraints in accessing forex within the country has come to the front burners. When we discussed this last, we talked about how there was a situation when where the rates at the parallel market and the rates at the official rates came to the same level. They were at par the last time, but now the BDCs are saying that the rates at the parallel market is lower than what is obtainable from the interbank proceeds sales, and that is making it difficult for them to buy forex from the bank stock.
Well, I think the CBN has put mechanism in place to actually sell to some BDC directly, and they have allocation monthly. What that means is that all these concerns will have been factored in because they're getting same rate that a commercial bank is naturally getting. But I think in my view, yes, BDC are there and they are doing their role. And I think banks too, whose primary function is actually to do all these transactions, should be the one who actually have forex to sell, and I guess so. Well, the system is full of blackmail and the rest of it, everybody negotiating for itself. But I think that they have cashed out enough, and it's not just time to complain.
Who are those that have cashed out enough? The BDCs?
Oh, yes.
Why do you think so?
Well, we're in this country where they were buying at 400 and selling at 1,005. So that's enough.
But that was a long time ago.
Yeah, of course, they made some profit. There's no doubt about that.
If people make profits over the years,
yeah,
doesn't mean that right now they're still making profits.
The market is normalizing. I don't feel there's a need for concern as far as I'm concerned.
Ray, what do you think about the BDC situation? You know, at the time, the BDCs were asked to source forex by themselves. Even when the CBN resumed allocation of forex to the BDCs, it wasn't to all BDCs. Just about half of them were getting direct allocation from the CBN. But it seems that arrangement is not consistent.
Okay, so it's quite a very touchy
subject.
Yes, because when I saw, no, I mean not even the subject, the body language of the scenario. First of all, the convergence of what was being sold of the costs in the parallel market and the official market. Then this is happening. So what are the banks? What are they trying to say? BDCs you're selling too low, or probably at the moment now, those who are accessing that service do not come to the bank anymore. They don't come to the bank anymore because they can get it cheaper. So let's just say we have a lot of people now patronizing the BDCs. Maybe. And the banks want to make sure that, all right, let's starve you of a little of it, so that we will make sure that it's a level playing field. Because the banks are not going to make it. They are not. If the parallel market is selling lower,
who would go to the bank to get first?
Who will go to the official market?
Considering all the hurdles you have to get through.
Nobody will go there. That is why when we were speaking to, was it Dotun Adekunle the other day, and he was talking about how the Central Bank of Nigeria need to digitize the BDCs.
But the CBN had chosen to digitize the BDCs with the automation. The BDCs themselves had some complaints regarding the migration, the systems, and the training. From what they were saying, because we had that conversation, I think Doc recalls, we had that conversation with the president of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, and he was asking who's going to provide the systems for this migration to automation, who was going to provide the training. And then the question is this: it's a business you're running. Does a CBN have to provide you with the systems? The training, yes, they could do that. The software, yeah, but you have to pay for all of that. So it looks like there is no cooperation from the end of the CBN to with the end of the BDCs with the CBN regarding automation.
It could be a matter of consensus, still negotiating though the delicacies, the delicate part of those, like who is going to pay for what, are we going to access the training?
Who's paying for the bank?
Are we going to pay for the training? So now,
that raises the question: who's paying for the banks to be automated?
Yes.
So who should also pay? The banks are paying. So the banks are paying. I think the BDCs should pay.
Who's training bank staff?
The banks are doing that.
So why should they become a concern?
Well, they are the authorities of the system. I mean, we are talking about the system of...
Well, the BDCs are not trading for free. It's a business. For instance, you have a business.
I'm not advocating that
Let's even use the media sector, for example. Now, you know, when there was a move, there was a talk about moving to digitalization and how media stations should now use digital...
move away from analog.
From analog to digital systems. That cost was borne by the media stations themselves. The only thing is that there had to be some arrangement with NBC, considering the cost, so that the license renewal fee could, at that point in time, you should give them a break and consider that they are actually incurring some cost at the moment. So if BDCs can have that conversation with the CBN to say, for these systems that we are going to need to transition, perhaps are you going to give it to us as some discount so that every BDC would have that? But the challenge that you have is because you still have a lot of fragmentation within the BDC setting. You don't have, there's no big body carrying many of the operators. So it seemed like a very big expenditure for some of them to take on. And I think too, there's the unwillingness, because people have become comfortable having a practice a certain way. And digitalization would mean more transparency. You can actually see the trade that is ongoing. Who's selling what? Who's buying what? The volumes that you are dealing with. So if there's a certain volume that you are not allowed to trade in within a particular day, it reflects with the system. So when we talk about digitalization, when there's this reluctance, there are issues on every end, apart from the cost, because people do not want certain information, certain details to come to light. There is reluctance in actually going with it. So I think that if that automation had actually happened fast as the CBN had wanted it, all of these issues some of them would have been tackled. But they are also advocating now that the CBN give them a certain percentage from diaspora remittance directly to make it cheap for them to access forex.
Right. Well, the thing is, there's a specific amount that the CBN sells to the licensed BDCs. So where do they access the other part of the dollar? Where do they access it from?
Nobody asked, because even when the CBN told them at some point to get forex by themselves, nobody questioned how they were getting this forex.
And also the other BDCs that are not being licensed to operate, that are on ground, operating consistently. Now, the CBN did not leave that sector open for any other person to operate. That means those who are operating, who are not licensed but operating, are illegal.
Yes.
So what are we doing to tame that part of the issue? Because that could equally be responsible for the excess of it in circulation, which in itself will affect the price both in the parallel market and the official market.
It doesn't seem like we have excess of it, because when the CBN did reaccreditation, they actually streamlined the numbers of BDCs that were licensed to operate, and then they reduced them to about 2,000, just a bit over 2,000. Allocation was to about 1,000 of them. So you still have 1,000 of BDCs not getting direct allocation from the CBN. That's even a challenge. Meanwhile, the ones that are getting direct allocation are not getting enough from the CBN. So they still need to make up for it through any means, which opens the door also to illicit financial flows, because you cannot question how you're getting the forex, because there's the liberty to source forex from anywhere. And so they will go to any length to source forex from anywhere. And that's why they've been having forex transactions even when the banks do not have forex. The BDCs are always having forex. But right now the challenge is, I think that that interbank sales is a challenge itself, because the banks will want to make some profit too. So it should be strictly direct allocation from the CBN, so that we don't have much of round tripping ongoing.
You see, it's simple. BDCs are not digitized. CBN can monitor what happens there. And until they are digitized and you have records of what they are doing, then we can know the actual demand for money. Because most of the times, all of these things we see around us is the fact that because you have a system that is so opaque, people do what they like they say, where there is no king, people behave the way they like. It's only the commercial banks, really, CBN can monitor to say, okay, who bought from you, what record of what is bought. So, because there's a problem that faced our forest market. And what was that problem? That people were storing value in dollars. They don't go to bank to buy those dollars. The BDC supply these dollars, even when they are not for immediate market need. So these are the things that need to be regulated. It's not to say, if people want to travel, okay, good. But you see that many people were storing value in dollars. And they can go through bank to say, okay, I need $10,000. Bank has a seal and a limit to which you can get. And even want to know where you are using this dollar for transaction. You have to fill the form. Now, what you find is that in BDC, you don't need to fill any form. You can say you want $1 million and they enter into the house and bring it out for you.
Willing buyer, willing seller.
So I don't think that is something that government should encourage until they have a hold on their control to be sure that we are not unnecessarily punishing ourselves because some people want to speculate currency and gain more value at the expense of the economy.
All right, let's leave that of the BDC alone and hope that the CBN will into it. If it means allocating to more BDCs to be able to monitor this and assist in any way possible, but make it a necessity, make it a necessary condition for the digitalization of operations of the BDCs so that they can be thorough scrutiny, transparency, and also proper regulation, which would help Nigerians in regarding the issue of forex, accessing forex for dealings, business dealings, and other necessary dealings. We'll move on to the next story, where we have the Lagos State government taking over regulatory control at the Ikeja and Iko discos. So according to the Lagos State government, it has taken control over its electricity markets following the transfer of regulatory oversight from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, to the Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission, LASEC, in a groundbreaking development for Nigeria's electricity sector. Should that be good news? Do you think that Lagos State will better manage the discos? Doc.
Well, I think the Electricity Bill 2023 has made this possible, and Lagos being the first to take over the management of Eko electricity and Ikeja distribution. So what that means is that Lagos had the capacity really, because if you remember why this dispensation started, Lagos started its IPP since 1999, and the IPPs are running. The IPP supplies all Lagos facility, 24/7 lights. So what that means is that, to a very large extent, within their scope, they have been able to do some certain things, and because they've been in this environment for this long, the capacity to manage is fine. And if you remember the last time, I think it was last week when we were speaking with Midat Kodra, and said Lagos has systems in place. And I think there'll be a lot of difference. See, when you find that where regulation is not too far, that Lagos State government can see from its window what the discos are doing. And that will make it really difficult for Abuja to oversight what is happening in Lagos. So we require plenty of travel. Lagos don't need to travel. So they'll be able to see from State House, they can see EKDC. From Alausa, they can see Ikeja Disco and understand what these people are doing and what effort is made to actually give people light and ensure that those lights are affordable and nobody is exploited.
That's a good one if we're talking about oversight. Because one issue is the fact where consumers have complaints and they're not attended to, or they're not attended to in the way they should be. I personally have had an experience with EKDC, and the manner in which it was resolved was quite impressive. I don't think that this is not to actually maybe blow their trumpets for them, but let's do some comparison. What you find in some discos. I too have had an experience with a disco operating in another state, and if I would compare, I think that there was more professionalism and customer being put in, consideration and giving preference so that you were satisfied. But let's look at this being replicated in other states. What is the ability of the state government to handle electricity distribution in their state if we're to go this route?
Okay, so I want to answer that just using reference to restructuring. In 2017, the topic about restructuring came out strongly in Nigeria, and we know the regions or the persons who were demanding for restructuring, and the argument of others who felt that no, they don't understand the word. What is restructuring? What do you mean by restructuring? Could you please define it?
Because we use it a lot in this country, so excuse those who are confused.
There's a lot of ambiguity.
I can bet you that on this table we'll have more than 3 definitions.
Of restructuring.
But in this specific case, they understood what it meant.
So
because they are politicians.
They were being sarcastic.
Yeah, in fact. They don't understand. They were being intentionally, seriously sarcastic. But no, they were arguing a case, just the way the tax reform bill is going, and they are asking for definition of some terms. And it's good because it's a bill, it should be defined. And they were asking, what is restructuring? Let's define it. And I like the intrigue and I was watching. So, and then I said it. I said, look, the definition of restructuring is simple. States, they will be the one to bail the cat. Because when we are talking about restructuring,
you see, that is meaning to you.
Oh,
now, what is a structure?
No.
It seems like we brought in
No, because
because I want to dissect
he makes it simplistic, which is not. And that's the question that a lot of people are asking. Because you don't make things look as if they are simple. If you say restructure, you're looking at structure and to redesign a structure.
Yes.
Now, it could mean that we are talking about Nigeria has a 3-tier government. We want it 2. Or we want 4, or we have 3 levels of government. We want 2 now, or we want 1 more, or 1 4, or we simply want to reduce the size of public service.
So basically, changing the existing structure.
So which structure are we changing? And this is a question people are asking. So if you want to do a restructuring, you have to define the structure you want to change. So some people say, oh, for them restructuring is true federalism, which is, of course, a different conversation. Now, some people say restructuring for them is going back to the 3 regions.
So let's bring it now to the power sector. If we want to restructure
people are saying that
distribution chain, if we want to restructure that chain in the power sector, what would that mean?
Okay, so that's why I was trying to say that, okay, states are going to bail the cat, and obviously we see what Lagos is doing and where it's heading with this. It is going to serve as a template for other states to copy. Now, they are taking control of the power sector in their state because there has been a law that states can manage intra-state power distribution and power management, including facilities and all of that. And Lagos is going in there. It's going to be, other states will watch to see how efficient it's going to be, how the companies in there are going to be benefiting from this, who Lagos state government will be giving priority to, and cost effectiveness that they are going to pay in doing that. And if are you paying for what you get, or you're not paying for what you get? And
so the issue of energy theft will be a serious issue.
It will be, because I remember you just said it earlier here that if you look at the way they manage their own power here in Lagos and the way they relate to it's now like a business, not the bureaucratic disposition that government institutions used to give those like I am doing.
But shouldn't be worried that bureaucratic disposition would come to play when some states begin to handle distribution?
Handle it like business, because if you look at Lagos State, they have
Lagos State, we can be rest assured that
development.
Yes, for Lagos State, we can be rest assured it to be handled as business. We're talking about replicating this. Is there a need to even replicate this?
Replicate it. Lagos State is not going to do it for other states.
No, I'm talking about in other states. Do
in
other
other
state governments have the capacity to handle distribution?
Structure. Let's talk about putting structure in place. There was a day we were conversing in this table, and Doctor made it abundantly clear that in concerning Lagos State, there has been a structure, a plan for a specific period of time and place, irrespective of who comes to the reins of power. So already has a blueprint in direction and can make a good audit of its predecessor, where the works of the predecessor stopped, and to take the baton from there and to run with it. Now, that means if another political party comes into the saddle too, he is bound by that law to follow that blueprint and that plan. So maybe other states need to do that, because if they do not do that, because that's the beginning. And even nationally, if we begin to speak, that is the problem there. Because you see, if we are to even cast our minds back, the Association of Better Nigeria, the Obasanjo program of agriculture and some other programs, both military and civilian administration put in place, immediately they left the saddle of power. Those programs died because the other administration that came into place either jettisoned it completely and established their own. So there needs to be a law to make sure that we have a national direction And I don't really think our national development plan has done enough for that purpose. So, regards to Lagos and with power, I think it serves as a template for other states.
You are even talking about national development plan. You know, the last time we had a training with the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation, and one of the issues where we had real difficulty was the fact that there were so many queries to MDAs, and in fact it was like victimization. But the staff of the Auditor General Office was saying, look, the truth of the matter is we have a medium-term economic framework, MTEF, which guides the budget preparation. What that means is that the MTEF is where the federal government is going in these 3 years. Now, what MDA are supposed to be doing is organizing their budget around that MTEF to move that direction. But what do you find? Nobody will reference the MTEF while they are doing their budget. And so you could have a plan, but the plan is not working. The difference between Lagos and every other place is that in Lagos, government is run as a business. In other states, it is not. And that's the difference. A friend of mine parked a vehicle outside by the roadside, and by the time he got home, he has gotten an alert on his phone. Wrong parking, fine, figure, pay here. This is happening in Lagos.
Yes.
And there are mounting cameras everywhere to be able to monitor things that are happening. That's what I'm saying. There are structure in place. Discos in Lagos will sit up because the honeymoon is over and it's time for business. And I'm very sure that Lagos will not want to lose a moment from benefiting from these largesse.
They don't joke with money.
That the Electricity Act has made possible. And they will make good. And I'm also thinking and hoping that Lagos will set up a competition for the Eco and Ikeja electricity so that there can be competition. And where there's competition, the consumers benefit.
Now, my worry about this is that for Lagos State, I don't think we have much worry because Lagos State has shown the example that when it comes to managing enterprise, it does not run it like we know how government enterprises are run. Because when government takes over business in Nigeria, the general assumption is that government has no business doing business. And so you're just expecting that that business will be run aground because you would not find the business element in there. There is no accountability. So whoever is in charge is more like this is your personal business, money comes into your pocket. You don't find excellence. You don't find efficiency there. But if you look at some areas that the Lagos State government has branched into and runs as an enterprise, you will find that some of these general assumptions are absent there in reality. Let's look at the transportation sector in the way they run the BRT. You find that has been ongoing and it's still running, though there are areas where improvement
it's not perfect.
It is not perfect, but at least it's a system that is functioning. Now, if you look at other areas, they have functional enterprises that you can say this has been run like a business. Let's flip the coin and get to other states. We'll find that missing. The ability of state agencies to manage enterprises of government. Now, if Lagos State is setting the pace by being given oversight functions oversight over the distribution, we expect that that issue of, there is extortion, there is estimated billing, that should be curtailed. If not stopped totally, we expect that there should be meters allocated to consumers to actually read whatever it is you're using, and then consumers can smile. Areas where they're supposed to be, areas that are delineated to be band A, but they're not getting band A service, all of this should be addressed. Because when discos take over areas. We've seen this complacency in attending to complaints from consumers. It's almost like you are at their mercy. You have no option. So there is this monopolistic tendency in the manner in which they treat consumers. For states that have been able to generate their own power and distribute to certain parts of the state, I commend them. Lagos State, Edo State, and maybe a few other states who are on that track. They can do more. So that way we bring in some competition. No distribution company feels like if they don't give you power, if you don't pay whatever it is they're charging you, it means you are going to be in the dark, or you have to make do with alternative power supply. That's a good thing coming on board. But however, I fear that if we were to replicate this, or if other states were to push for this, they would be able to manage the system. So we don't return to what we had with the former NEPA situation, where it was just, we didn't see much of investment ongoing, power wasn't being distributed, many places were in blackout, and we did not see that light that we wanted to see having the power sector operate. So I'm hoping that this would even further lead to more investment. The discos now being made to invest in that sector, not people buying transformers, paying for it, paying the disco to install it, and at the end of the day you're told it's the property of the disco. So these are the changes that we expect to see with Lagos State coming on board. And if other states want to replicate this, then of course they should have the expertise, they should have the muscle, financial muscle to actually run it. We'll move on to the foreign scene. The UK's £29,000 minimum income requirement for spouse visas has sparked debate. The UK's government decision to keep the minimum income requirement, MIR, for British citizens and permanent residents sponsoring foreign spouses or partners at £29,000 per year has sparked renewed debate. This increase from the previous threshold of £18,600, which came into effect in April 2024, according to the DAD scholarship, has raised concerns about its impact on families and the wider economy. So there's been an increase. From 2012, the threshold minimum income requirement for UK residents to bring in a foreign spouse was at £18,600 per year. And that was the threshold until 2024. Now, with this increase to £29,000 a year, there are criticisms that this may not be favorable for low-income earning spouses who want to bring in a foreign spouse, and it sort of looked discriminatory. What's your thoughts?
Well, I think it's clear that the world will face very difficult times. And everybody seems now nationalistic, finding the way
so
to...
who do we blame for this nationalistic movement that we're seeing now?
We are now living for ourselves, and I think that is what it is. I put that some, it's over 53 million in Nigerian naira.
What's the average? What's the average earning? What's the average?
63 million.
Don't go there.
Yes.
Let's not do the
Wow.
Let's not do the calculation in naira, because it will just be.
Yeah, but I think the whole thing is the fact that Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, seems bent on discouraging immigration to the UK, and I think that is very obvious because they are facing real difficult times. And it's not just about the UK, it's also most of Western civilization, where, of course, civilization has got into the crescendo. So they are all platooned, and then they are moving toward down. And that's why we're saying there's only one place where there is hope, and that place is Africa. And I think those passes can begin to come to Africa. We won't charge £29,000.
Free. Just come and
no, we won't take free. We are going to charge some money, but it will not be as expensive as the UK. So make Nigeria your destination, or it could be just Ghana here or Benin Republic. So let Africa also benefit from immigration from Asia, from Europe, and those who want to move. But you see, this is reality. The world is aging. There's hardship everywhere. And governments across the globe are challenged because there is a whole lot of insurrections everywhere. About the former prime minister, we saw how they were making provision for people to be able to eat, and see people queuing in council houses to go collect food. Even in those climes that all of us want to go to. So it's a challenge that the United Kingdom is facing, and they're also working out modalities to see how to address their problem. And it's really stringent, no doubt at all. But if you help the economy, it's just quite great. It's not just them, because if you have listened to Donald Trump 2 days ago at the Congress, and he said, what we're doing really is that we're giving golden card for $5 million. We want people who have some money to come into this country and invest, and so we'll give them a golden card like the green card. But this one is now more profitable because these people have to earn it, and they have to bring in their money into the environment. So you can see this sentiment around the world that other people are thinking about is how to make more money, make life more meaningful to the citizens of their environment. And I think African nations must also take this into cognizance, that people don't just walk into our environment for free, all in the name that we are looking for help, and then they are taking undue advantage of us.
But what do you think is the influence of the UK's Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, on some of these changes to the immigration policy in UK?
Well, have we really seen that level of opposition from she's just not, doesn't
it's not
have
opposition.
Any,
it seemed like the Prime Minister is towing the line of the Conservatives when it comes to immigration policy.
I didn't expect Labour to go this direction. After all, well, it was said that this idea had been mooted since 2023. So when did Keir Starmer came in? Though he will be in the know since then. But the thing is, when I saw it, first of all, in Naira first, sorry. 50,
I told you not to go there. Don't go there.
Naira. Then you can talk about that of 18,000, more than 34 or 34
It'll make you look at it as
34 million. Yes, even my friends abroad told me don't ever do that. Whenever I hear anything in dollars, in pounds, say don't do that because it will make you close fist.
It's about your mind.
Do that. Like I said, okay. But the thing is this. UK, take it easy. For Nigeria, it's 56 million. What about other African countries?
And you have lots of African immigrants who are there. Some of them now have indefinite stay. Some of them are already citizens, and the
position is more
for family settlement.
This is not about Conservative or Labour. It's about the economic reality in the United Kingdom. This same reality led to the Brexit debate. And what was at the heart of the Brexit debate that made United Kingdom to leave EU zone was the fact that, because of this policy, many other European countries are coming to take the job in our climb, and our own citizens are not having job. So if we leave EU and with Brexit, then we are able to now make provisions for our citizens. So all this calculation has nothing to do with political ideology. It only means to you that, you see, the world is aging. I like to use that word because resources is shrinking. And as resources shrink and population increases, and especially when we are no longer able to really make provisions for jobs and employment for citizens, and government has become more like a social service, carrying so many burdens. The beautiful thing that any man can think at that time is to think about saving costs. And that's why in accounting they tell you that when you cut down costs, it's a way of raising revenue. And I think this is what is happening. So if we cannot say outrightly don't come to our country, we put a stringent measure in place And then, if people are desperate and they want to come and they have that kind of money, then of course it becomes revenue for the country.
Okay.
And so this is economic consideration, and I don't think politics will have anything to do with it.
But shouldn't
so-
social consideration also come into play? Because this has to do with families. If you already have a resident whose family is abroad, and then they want to bring in their spouse, should the requirements be so stringent that that resident is unable to bring in their spouse? Are we not looking at some implications of this? Is this not anti-family?
Yeah, but you see, this is targeted at immigrants and not necessarily their own people. So if you want to bring your wife, then you have to work hard, double hard, to be able to raise money, to bring your wife wherever you are, or your husband, wherever he is, to come to the United Kingdom. But the point I'm making is the fact that free meal has ended. If you listen to the debates at the Congress the other day, and one of the things that, of course, the Republicans were saying is to say, look, we are borrowing money to fund frivolities. If we have the money.
Is it actually frivolities?
Well, most of them are frivolities. So
how is that? Let's look at this case. So a man is in another country, is working, his wife is in a different country, and perhaps that man has been resident in the UK for maybe at least 10 years for you to even become a resident or for you to have indefinite stay in the UK, but at least more than 5 years. So the man wants to bring in his family. You understand how critical this is. Do we classify that as frivolities?
Now look at what it is. The government of the United Kingdom understands the psyche of how the world is running. In short, I think it was 2022 or so, they complained that they gave admission to about 4,000 households, and over 42,000 people came with the 4,000 admissions.
As dependents of...
As dependents, yes. So people are deliberate. And so when they're coming into the environment, they're deliberate because they want to migrate from where they are to come into a new location to look for greener pasture. Now, what the system is doing is to say, yes, we are looking for greener pasture, but not at the expense of our own children. Because we also have obligation to create jobs for our children. So these are the situations and the scenarios that we must understand. And this is happening all across the globe because the truth is that resources shrinking and government is carrying more load than it can naturally bear. And they need to cut down on expenses or to place very stringent measures on movement around so that they can be able to cope with what they already have is a big, big issue.
So even in the United Kingdom, majority of people who earn, like the middle or the lower class, they don't even earn that annually. That £29,000 annually.
That's why
so
there are criticisms about the policy.
About the policy, there are criticism about the policy, and the other thing is they felt, the public infrastructure, public service system, we have little of it. So,
will be overwhelmed.
So yes, it will be overwhelmed. And so when you are coming in, you should be able to take care of yourself for a specified period of time without depending on the services that the government is providing. That's equally one of the reasons why this specific policy is coming into place. So when they do that, and there is equally time for review, so that it is reviewed in a way that you could be asked to even pay more. And it must be looked at critically, and it is obvious that, of course, it's a disincentive, like, don't come, please stay away. However, what Africa should learn from this, I know that Nigerian visa is one of the most difficult for people to get and come into this country, and when some persons finally get it, they breathe this sigh of relief. But we should be very, very careful of the kind of people we now give visas as well. That when you're coming to this country, it's either you're contributing economically or you will have to pay through your nose to equally say. But however, the UK, the United States of America, and some other European countries have a very good system in place to manage the people that come into their climb and to also put them in the radar to equally able to take from them any form of taxes that they need to remit to the government that will serve as an effective source for the government to prosecute other plans and projects in the country is well done. Now, for Nigeria and for other African countries, do we have this infrastructure? That's another question we need to ask ourselves. Now, we've talked recently, we spoke about how the government, by virtue of its traveling around, has been able to secure commitment for business investors to come establish using the $50.8 billion in the country. So, what sectors are we looking to sell to these people? Is another question. And how our people, how that will serve as a platform to reduce unemployment is also key.
Okay, if we're talking about the UK bringing up stiff policies to discourage immigrants from coming into the UK, but the UK has also benefited a lot from immigrants because annually the UK generates £7.6 billion from immigrant-owned businesses, and annually the UK also makes about £28 billion from international students who come into the UK to study. So the economy has benefited. Shouldn't the UK be looking at deeper issues regarding how much it is committing to expand its infrastructure? Now, the one of the arguments that the UK government usually push forward when you're talking about immigration is how overwhelming the presence of many migrants has put pressure on their infrastructure. But shouldn't this infrastructure be also upgraded? The economy is gaining as well. It's not as if the UK is losing in the way they paint it from people coming into their country. Many of most of the workforce, you have migrants who are coming in there, and it's not as if the pay is commensurate with what those who are citizens are also having for education, which is majorly what they sell. They're making a lot of money as well. So why make it seem like you're disturbing us when you're also making money? Shouldn't consideration be given to those? If you're talking about students now and you're making these policies, well, if you're going to a country to study, it's even expected that, your study should be the primary focus. Bringing dependence should not be it, even though we have seen people use that route to settle families there. But for those who are already settled, have full-time jobs, have become residents there, I think that some consideration should be given to them. But in the meantime, while it's still subject to debate, there is the Migration Advisory Committee that is looking into this, and it will be reviewed in 2025. For those who had the luck, I would say luck, of applying early before this policy came into being, they will still have to pay the $18,600. But after that date, those who were unlucky to have filed applied for spousal visa after that date will have to pay the 29,000 or will need that 29,000 annual income to be able to apply for spousal visa. But yes, let's take from what Doc has said. It now depends on those who are migrating. You could actually stay where you are and make life comfortable for you.
Who are you telling that to? Nigerians?
I'm telling that to those who would listen.
I'm talking to, and I think that's addressed to Priye.
Oh,
I'm telling you that
travel.
Yes, I'm wrapping up. I'm telling that to those
Nigerians,
who would listen.
we need to take
if
over the world.
Take over the world.
Yes,
when
you
you're
need
not
to
taking
take
over your own
Please take over your environment first.
Go to the United States, go to UK.
Instead of putting yourself under
Russia, go
pressure.
to Russia, go to Ukraine.
We're not saying don't travel.
He's going to experience peace. Just go to Ukraine.
And he hasn't gone.
Go to Malta.
He hasn't gone.
Go to Kazakhstan.
He's telling you he hasn't gone. Let's go on a break. We'll be right back after this for Policy Discuss.
ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Every March, we celebrate Women's History Month, a time to honor the incredible contributions of women throughout history. It's a month dedicated to recognizing the struggles, achievements, and resilience of women who have shaped our world in politics, science, the arts, activism, and beyond. The Women's History Month movement began in 1980 when former U.S. President Jimmy Carter declared the week of March 8th as National Women's History Week. Just 7 years later, in 1987, the U.S. Congress expanded it to the full month of March, solidifying the national commitment to telling the untold stories of women's contributions. For centuries, women's achievements were often overlooked or erased from history books. Yet, they have been at the forefront of change, fighting for equal rights, breaking barriers, and revolutionizing industries. Women's History Month isn't just about the past, it's about the present and the future. Despite progress, challenges remain. Women continue to fight for equal pay, representation in leadership, and access to education and health care. That is why this month serves as both a celebration and a call to action. It reminds us to amplify women's voices, challenge inequalities, and create a future where every woman and girl has the opportunity to thrive. We can educate ourselves on stories of trailblazing women. We can support women-owned businesses, mentor young girls, and advocate for policies that empower women. This March, let's celebrate the past, embrace the present, and empower the future. Happy Women's History Month. Antonia Umo, Souq News Television.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change with customized training.
quite heated arguments ongoing before we came back on air because there were some issues regarding our last conversation that needed to be concluded. You know, when Perrier is on one side, Doc is on the other. Well, I'm not on any side, but I just say what we need to do. Home, they say, is still home. It's home sweet home, so let's build Nigeria, build Africa. But if you choose to go elsewhere, then you must have what the requirements are. That aside, let's move on now to discuss around International Women's Day. Tomorrow will be 8th of March, 2025, but we cannot end the week without talking about International Women's Day, and that's why we had to go bring in women who are formidable, women who are icons when you talk about how women have evolved and are taking the bull by the horn. I'm not saying we're waiting for you to hand it to us, you know, a la carte. We're not waiting for you to give power to us a la carte. We know it's buffet, so we've gone there with our own plate and we're serving ourselves, taking the bull by the horn. So this morning we have in the studio Irene Agu, who is a Chief Executive Officer, Ravi, who has come this morning to share thoughts with us on International Women's Day, because the theme is talking about escalating what women have been doing and accelerating. So we're going to be looking at, if we say accelerate action, on what level do we need to accelerate action? Where are we as women? Where do we need to take it to? Because there are some movements now that are getting some people uncomfortable, particularly men. When men hear of feminists, or when some people hear of feminists, they get uncomfortable. All of that is what we're going to put on the table today as we discuss. So welcome, Irene Agu, the CEO, Ravi.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. It was nice to walk in while you were talking the first time. Okay.
Congratulations, it's our month.
It is our month.
Yes. You know, we're not giving the men any chance
at all
to take any day out of it.
At all.
Because we're rubbing it in their face.
Yes.
That the entire month of March is
It's
ours. Yes.
Exactly. I love that, honestly.
We love women, and we find that women are awesome and great. And celebrating women for us is something that is worth doing. And never grew up in an environment where women are valued, and so it's good that the world recognizes that, and then of course giving them the right pride of place in the society.
Yes, and if you want it 3 times in a year, it's fine.
But that 3 times in a year would mean that 3 times in a year you would cook, but you can't cook. You probably make tea.
Salt, maybe there will be too much salt in it.
I'll take you to training school.
We'll look for something that you can do for women. That 3 times a year celebration.
Although we just told Blessing she should be ready to do the breakfast, lunch, and dinner today, and we don't mind really. And I think that's our contract.
That I should do breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yes.
Why?
Yes. On her bill.
On my bill.
On your bill.
Oh yes.
That's very interesting.
No, not on my bill. Not on my bill, because I also replied him that men who are married have had chefs in their homes they do not pay.
Exactly.
So for just 1 month, please, you can handle that.
On your bill the entire month.
On your bill the entire month. All right, let's get into the conversation. So the theme this year is accelerate action. If we're saying accelerate action, move it up. What action are we even taking? What action do we need to take? Let's do a backtracking and look at where we're coming from, where we are. If you look at today's woman, what would you say regarding the journey so far?
I would say we've come a long way, right? If you think about what women are able to do now, the kind of rooms that women are stepping into, we've come a long way. But the thing is, we still have a long way to go. So that's the reason we're having this conversation about accelerating action, right? One thing that I realize a lot of women have become comfortable with is the fact that the change that we want to see will not happen in our generation. It might not happen in the next generation, but we're trying to bring it as fast as possible, right? How do we get to a point where women have equal rights, equal access to opportunities as men? So I would say that, we're in a good place. We still have more to do.
Okay, so now let's talk about moving it up. We're going to segment this. So let's begin from education, talking about educating the woman. So they say that knowledge is power. In order for you to be able to take power and even assert your rights, you need to have knowledge. So in educating women, how do we need to accelerate the action? Are there certain types of education we should now focus that better empowers the woman?
I would say yes. If you think about the family, because that's the first place that you start to learn, right? Mothers need to be able to teach their daughters that you deserve more, you can demand more, and you should take up space, right? That starts there. Now, when you move up into like formal education, schools, teachers, all of that, those are the first people that we see and we emulate, right? Women in those spaces, and I'm saying women in those spaces because the honest truth is we have to drive the action ourselves, right? We're the people that have to demand for it. I feel like it's a joint action that needs to happen, but people in those spaces need to make sure that we're not just setting good examples for the girls that are there, but we're also showing them what's possible, right? If you think about when people were growing up, it's like, oh, here are the careers that you can do as a woman. Here are the careers that, it doesn't occur to you as a woman that this is an option for you, right? So we need to start showing girls that this is an option. This is something that you can do. This is the way that you can belong to the world, or basically like make an impact in the world in a bigger way. Okay, so let's now talk about the difference now. You've highlighted that growing up there were certain careers that you were told, or women were told, you can't go into this, or this is what is befitting of a woman. One of them was nursing. One of them was you can be a teacher, you can be a nurse. Yes, and they give you reasons to tell you, okay, so this careers are flexible, men admire women in that field. If you say I want to go into engineering and they ask, okay, what branch of engineering? So mechanical engineering, you're like, you realize that's a male-dominated field. So all of that has changed right now. Sure. But still, when it comes to certain fields, we don't have enough representation of women there when we talk about sciences. It seemed like the new generation are now creating their own path and moving towards entertainment, moving into certain fields. But it seems like those fields they're going into are not areas where policies are made, are not areas that give women the voice as it should be. So how do we manage this and strategically tailor education into one that gives the woman the chance to be the change maker? So I like that you mentioned the kind of categories that they're going to, entertainment and all of that. One thing I realized is that people are chasing the money. Okay. Right? So they've seen footballers make money, they've seen entertainers make money. There's this new boom, like the internet has evolved into what it is right now. TikTok videos, you see people dancing and all of that. And I don't think that's bad, right? There will be content creators, there will be people that are doing things like that. However, I do think that, yes, she's right in the sense that in those fields that, mechanical engineering, all the sciences, right? We have a little, like you ask people and you're like, oh, how many women in your department? They say 2, 3. And then in the end, you ask how many women are practicing, right? I know that people have started creating women-focused groups that basically bring women into maybe like secondary school graduates. They bring them, they try to train them, try to place them, right? But I do think that this is something that needs to be talked about a lot more. You can be an aeronautical scientist. You can be, there's so many things that we can be. And we need to actually get into the higher places because you're right, if we don't get there, we cannot change the policies that are sort of suppressing us. So I think that in every category, right, people that are already in, men and women alike, need to start having conversations about bringing those women in, showing the girls that it's not just entertainment that you can do. It's beautiful, right? Creating content, it's hard work, I get it, right? But we also need more women in the other spaces. So it's like, how do we also just start showing them the possibilities of making money and of building a career that doesn't affect, because remember that when they teach you about careers, they tell you, oh, this can affect your family later. If you're this type of person, or if you do this kind of work, how will you handle your family when you marry? Those are conversations that we need to stop having. Let's focus on the actual value. What are the kind of jobs that we can do? What are the benefits of the jobs? How are these people going to make money? I feel like if we start showing them the money, the way to grow in these careers, we will actually get a lot of people to switch from this thinking into more, into differentiated, career paths.
Okay. I grew up in an environment, I had a father who was a farmer and a mother who was a farmer. And they were doing differently. And most of the time, I see my mother having more money than my father as we grew up. And she take more of the bill. And they really have no issue. And I'm asking myself, what exactly do we want when we say accelerate action? Where exactly are we going to it?
Okay. So what's interesting is that you say this, and it's true for a lot of homes. For example, I remember I did a stint in the East where, we had to work, had to do some research. And I realized that a lot of women in Eastern homes are, carrying the families. However, that that's happening inside. That's not the way that a lot of the women project it outside. It's I'm doing the work, I'm making the money, I'm taking care of the family. But because because society has told me that I have to bend low, I have to conform, what I do is I tell people that it's my husband that's doing it, right? Now, what that means is that the other young girls outside that are seeing you that don't know what is happening are hearing, oh, man is taking care, man is making money, man is feeding the family. And that's fine. Like, I'm not saying that it's a one-person rule, but in terms of accelerating action, what we want now is that we're trying to get women to places where we have equal access to opportunities. Now, remember that farming is one sector, right? But think of all the other sectors that we have. Like, think of all the other large corporate sectors that we have.
Now, there are two sides to it.
Okay.
Now, my mother, in her house, is a man.
Okay.
Oh, yes. It's a man. And the society recognizes it as that.
Okay.
And she plays very, very fundamental role. Whether it's burial, whether it's building, whatever that is happening. In her father's house, she's a man.
Okay.
And so equity says that you can't be a man in your father's house and then come and be a man in your husband's house. So what right that seems that is not giving at this one other side is actually giving on the other side. And you also see that even for women to women, that then of course, because in her father's house, she seems to even be the Lord over those who are married into that home, not necessarily the man. Now, people have argued that the problem of the woman is actually the woman and not the men.
Okay.
What's your take?
Okay. So first thing, I would say three things. First thing is you say your mother in her father's house is a man.
Yeah.
But your mother is a woman. What does is a man mean? That's a question I have. Then we move into what's my take about women. The honest truth is I've heard a lot of times that women are the biggest guardians of patriarchy, right? It's understandable, right? If you think about slavery, the way that slavery worked is that they bought us, like they bought black people from black people. They moved us into plantations and they put black people in charge of the black people. That's the way that these things work, right? When you create a system and you want to push an agenda, the biggest marketers of that agenda will be somebody in the system. All you have to do is find the person that will channel it, right? I think that that's the reason why people say, oh, the biggest problem of women are women, right? But the honest truth is, I feel like the biggest problem, people, because we're all complicit in some way. Now, when you talk about your mother being a man in her place, I also think that it's context specific, because some people come from homes where your parents are good, your parents are flowing, like they find ways to, it doesn't have to be 50-50, 90-10, 20-30, everybody's just carrying the weight as it goes, right? And you learn that that's the way that you should be. However, in a lot of other homes, they don't have that. They have 100 or nothing. They have, when they go into the workplace, they have 100 or nothing. And they enter the workplace with that very demure, very like, oh my God, I don't deserve to be here, right? I cannot get this job. It's fine if this man says that the other man that's working the same role as me is getting paid more, even though we have the same level of experience, just because from my background, like where I come from, my community, women are lower. So I think it's context specific. I think that if we're from families that, our mothers have been strong, we also have to acknowledge that privilege and remember that we're the exception.
Okay, before I move on to pray, just a minute to button here. So let's get back to that. Your mother was a man in her home.
Yeah.
What it means. Now, does it mean that when it comes to certain role in society, there are roles society have cut out clearly for men, that certain cultures allow women to perform? So if she assumes that role in her culture, she's seen as a man because the culture identifies that this role is for men. Is that a narrative that is favorable to both gender? Because we know that each gender has their capabilities. They're special in both ways.
True.
Should we, if we're talking about accelerating action, should the action be now to say, let's not stereotype, whether these stereotypes are enforced in certain cultures, but let's break away from whatever stereotype that is a hindrance. Because in some cultures, she will not be allowed to function as that.
True.
They will say you are a woman, this is a man's role. But in another culture, yes, this is a man's role, but you can't function.
Yeah, but even beyond the role, is the level of authority and the voice that she's given. You see, that's the point I'm making. Now you find that, you say, in the husband's house, it seems to have been denying the voice. But she has an active voice in her father's home, even though she's a woman. And decisions are not taken when she's not sitting. You understand it? So, to that extent, she's really not marginalized. I have a wife who is the firstborn of a father. Now, traditionally, when they say inheritance, they say, it's the firstborn male. But the firstborn male is the second. But they don't take a decision in the house without her endorsing it. So, what's the level of marginalization?
Okay, so I think that I remember a couple of years there was a conversation around feminism or something, and I remember that somebody said feminism is a different fight for different people. For some women, it is please let me drive a car. For some other women, it is pay me what I'm worth. And for the other people, it is I'm tired today. I've been cooking the entire time. Today, let me just rest. So I think that, again, it's context specific, right?
Yeah.
Marginalization comes in different ways. And remember that it's the person that's feeling the heat that will tell you the heat they're feeling, right? And it's not necessarily a fact of, I feel this way all the time. This is a standard we've set right now, right? And I'm not comfortable with the standard that we set. You say, okay, in her father's house, she's a strong person. But that's not the same for everybody else. If you think about inheritance law, for example, for a lot of our local cultures, I'm Eastern, right? So it means that from where I come from, a lot of times, it's the men that own the things. So you have a female child, you can have 20 houses. Your female child doesn't necessarily have a hope of getting it. Obviously, with modern families, your female child is fine. But with more traditional families, it's like, you're going to your husband's house, what do you need it for? So I think that's where the marginalization comes in. But if you think about the accelerating action part, right, I think that what they are saying is equal rights opportunities. How are we pushing that agenda a lot more? So that, for example, at this table, where there are two men, you're seated. That's the action we're accelerating, because it's not in every industry that you have this.
Okay. Yeah, but again, it's also a matter of choice. And I'm thinking in my own very local environment. And that's what conditions my perception to this.
Sure.
I have a family of 8 siblings, 4 boys, 4 girls. Now, equal opportunity to go to school and choose the course you want to do. Nobody does that for you. You do it yourself.
But remember, that was accelerated action that got us there, because initially...
No. At my age, there was nothing like accelerated action.
They didn't call it that.
They don't call it that. It's like...
No, there was not even that conversation going on.
No, so it's true. For example,
there was no, at my age, there was no conversation when we were born. There was no such conversation going on.
No, but that's everybody, you don't know the conversations that they had.
No. Everybody had their role, especially even in Africa. I understand what of all this thing. Women movement and liberation started in 1970, and that was way over when I was born. So what I'm saying to you is the fact that I have an environment where I have siblings. Some of them older than me, some of them younger than me, but we're all over this age of this conversation of acceleration. Okay. But we were given equal opportunity in the house to determine what you become. And it was even worse because my parents were not educated, so they couldn't even determine what course you read. So you have to determine where you read. I used to use it to like one of my elder sister. They give her a reader. We all come from school with reader. And one day my mother was asking her, and I said, look, every time you bring a reader to the house, it's the same picture that you are showing. Is it this only thing they are showing you in school? So you just look at the picture and you point to the picture. Is just the picture and the text that is written there. Now, you see, those laziness were not as if it were made condition. And that is a point that I am making to say, really, is anybody really holding anybody down?
So okay, let's take what Pri has to say.
So I'm going way away from this.
Okay.
Ladies, women, from, let's say from 24 upwards to like 46, in this time and age, what do they want? And how can the society help them to achieve and get what they want?
Okay. So I think that the question of what women want is like very broad. Remember what I said about everybody wants something different, right? But at the core of it, that's why it was distilled into that equal access, right? And the reason that was distilled is because my equal access might be that I want to be able to get a job at Souq News. The other person's is different, right? So when you say what do they want and how can we help them, right? I think in a very simple way, women want to have equal rights and equal access to opportunities. And the way that society can help them do that is just by making sure that with our platforms, with our skills, with whatever avenues that we have access to, we're not, one, marginalizing people, we're also just pushing that conversation forward, right? You're in a room where you hear something isn't right, maybe speak up for it, right? If you have opportunities, throw it up to everyone, right? I've heard people say, oh, I don't like hiring women because they will marry and they will get pregnant. And the honest truth is, we're also the same society that tells women to marry and get pregnant. So it then feels like you're punishing the woman for that, right? And if I think about what you said and what you said, again, it's still context specific, right? The people that we're having conversations with, every single person has had their own story of either discrimination or whatever. And then when they tell you their story, it's from their point of view, it's from their experience. So I can't sit and say, oh, look, from my experience, this isn't the case. And the reason I can't do that is I wasn't there. I didn't experience it. So what I do is I say, okay, I understand what you're saying. I empathize with you. How do we move forward?
All right, so my follow-up is this. Now, I have worked in places where women are my boss. They call the shots.
Beautiful.
Priya, you get this done and you're getting it done. Right? So, and they could be some of the best bosses because of their peculiarity to understand. And you sometimes when you see women occupy positions, chief executive officers, they occupy top echelons of whether government or private entities, and they are doing fantastically well, both in the corporate sector and even back at home. And one vivid example is the Dora Akunyili I will always refer to, because she was proved to be excellent in her place of work and even back at home. But it looks as if there is this conversation for women that, okay, free access. But the law does not say women cannot become this, women cannot become that. And we say we want free access. But nobody is hindering you. Where is that mentality of free access?
I love that.
Where is it coming from?
That's such a good point. Now, the thing is, it's not written in law. However, it is implemented in rooms, right? For example, right? You walk into a room as a young woman in the corporate space. When you walk in, you're expected to take the back seat. I'm saying this because I've seen it happen so many times. I've had to tell women, come closer, right? Then you're having a conversation, and this happens all the time. You're having a conversation as a young woman, and they're not hearing you. So it's not a function of, like, nobody stood up and said, oh, this woman should not be here. She's sitting there. She's having this conversation. She's giving the insight. She's giving the, data. She's actually doing the work, but nobody's hearing her. A man repeats what she says. And they're like, oh, brilliant, that's a beautiful thing that you have said. And I'm like, this is so interesting. He doesn't know he's doing it. So it's not an outspoken thing. It's not here's a rule that we set. It's just the way that things have happened, right? And the honest truth is, people have come into power, people have held it. I love that you said that women liberation started in 1970. But the truth is, the actual job didn't start in 1970. People have been having conversations and little rebellious actions since then. I interviewed a 90-year-old woman that was telling me how she got married off to her father's friend when she was 12 or something, right? And she ran away, they threatened her life, they brought her back. It's like there was all of that. And she was rebelling in her own way. But the thing is, they're not going to come and say, oh, that was her fighting for women liberation. Do you understand? Because like at that point, it didn't have a name. It was just something she knew that she didn't want to be in that situation. So I think that we also need to just remember that generally, it doesn't have to be a rule. Like nobody has to say, I'm not going to hire a woman. It just has to be happening in the back doors, and then women don't get on that table.
Okay. There's a different dimension to this. That the conversation about equality and women is always that the men step down for the women to climb. And we're not actually asking that everybody stay on the same plane to compete. I have a young boy who in the US, and he came home the other day and I asked him, and I said, boy, you're old enough, you should be married. And he said, oh, uncle, I'm afraid, I don't want to marry. And I said, why are you afraid? He said, because I live in a house where my uncle, when I got to America, had 3 houses. Now he has lost these 3 houses to 3 different women.
Oh, wow.
And now I have a woman who tells me that, oh, I love you, but I am open to divorce. So I'm afraid that I'm going to work my life out to just settle one woman. And recently we also saw Donald Trump making this allusion. That should be actually 50-50. People shouldn't be saying, okay, you just rely to say, okay, I bought into this man life because we're talking about women are marginalized and using the opportunity to take undue advantage of men. Who will speak for men?
Okay, so that's interesting because I do not think that the conversation is that men should step down. No. The conversation is that people should open up doors. That's just it. It's like, consider me the way you're considering the other person. It's not I don't think it's you come down, let me come up, because that's unfair. Right? If you look at the core values of like these conversations, it's not an anti-men thing. I always say that it's actually pro-men, right? Because when women are able to contribute a lot more in the house, think about it, life is very hard these days. I was having a conversation with my mother and she's like, twin-income households are very necessary now. The reason they're necessary is because things are hard, things are expensive. Right? So when you have a woman that's able to earn more, a woman that's able to do more, you have a supporter, like an actual supporter. So the idea is not to be anti-men. The idea is not to press men down. The idea is not to drag power from men. I think that that's actually ridiculous, right? The idea is that as people, we should be working together for actual growth.
Okay, so as a wrap up, to piggyback off what you were saying, and just to ask this question, you mentioned feminism before. So for each generation, it seems like there's a new wave of it. Right now, the wave that we're in, it's said to be the 4th wave. And we hear different things that sometimes make women also cringe and like, is this it? Because you have also said that it is not to pull men down. But there seems to be a misconception when we're talking about women's rights and accelerating action and saying, let's have equal rights, gender equality. What do we do? Because Priya was talking about there are no laws stating women cannot occupy certain positions. And you said they are not written, but we see them happen. Which brings us to social engineering. How people have been raised, backgrounds, how they're now wired to think and act. The same thing, there seems to be a subtle, not really subtle, a social engineering going on where some women think that in order to rise, you've got to pull the men down. We had reports of men killing their spouses abroad because some of the men felt that the women that they married once they got there and saw that the society enabled women and protected women's rights, some women also began to abuse it. It was accelerating action. How do we correct that and accelerate it rightly?
Okay. So I think that we always need to remember that people are individuals, right? I remember that before I even embraced the tag of feminism, for context, I was born in a home that, women and men, nothing. We're the same, right? However, I remember that when the tag came, people started making it seem, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. And then somebody said something to me. She's like, you should read a book. It's called Bad Feminist. And I read the book. And, we're having a conversation about it. And I realized something. In Christianity, there are bad Christians. We have different types of Christians. We have greedy ones. We have noisemakers. We have liars. We have different types of Christians. However, people don't actually come out and say, Christianity is a bad thing. This is the 3rd wave of Christianity. So I'm wondering why we do that for feminism, right? Because the honest truth is, if I'm an angry person, I'll be an angry feminist. if I may, like,
or maybe a bitter feminist.
It just like my thing is like, if I'm a calm person, I'll be a calm feminist. If I'm a loudmouth, I'll be I think like at the core of it, remember that you're talking about people, and it's people's personalities that drive what they say. Now, unfortunately, you cannot like change a person's personality. What you can do is just keep enforcing the actual core values of what we're pushing and just reminding people. It's not about beating men. Feminism is not anti-men. Feminism is pro-men. Feminism is pro-people. Feminism is pro-women. It's like, we just need to keep remembering and reinforcing that message.
So what's feminism? You say you're a feminist.
Oh no, I already mentioned equal access to rights and opportunities.
That was a mischievous question, by the way.
All
right, we need to go here. Thank you so much, Irene Aguru is the Chief Executive Officer, Ravi, for coming here today. You spoke brilliantly and you made the sisterhood proud.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Very nice to be here.
Very much.
And have the best of the Women Day tomorrow.
Thank you.
And the rest of the month of March. I will always find a way to rub it in.
But don't forget to do the bill for us.
No, we're not paying any bill at all. Let's take a break. We're not done talking about International Women's Day. When we return, we'll advance the conversation. Stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was.
Every March, we celebrate Women's History Month, a time to honor the incredible contributions of women throughout history. It's a month dedicated to recognizing the struggles, achievements, and resilience of women who have shaped our world in politics, science, the arts, activism, and beyond. The Women's History Month movement began in 1980 when former U.S. President Jimmy Carter declared the week of March 8th as National Women's History Week. Just 7 years later, in 1987, the U.S. Congress expanded it to the full month of March, solidifying the national commitment to telling the untold stories of women's contributions. For centuries, women's achievements were often overlooked or erased from history books. Yet, they have been at the forefront of change, fighting for equal rights, breaking barriers, and revolutionizing industries. Women's History Month isn't just about the past, it's about the present and the future. Despite progress, challenges remain. Women continue to fight for equal pay, representation in leadership, and access to education and health care. That is why this month serves as both a celebration and a call to action. It reminds us to amplify women's voices, challenge inequalities, and create a future where every woman and girl has the opportunity to thrive. We can educate ourselves on stories of trailblazing women. We can support women-owned businesses, mentor young girls, and advocate for policies that empower women. This March, let's celebrate the past, embrace the present, and empower the future. Happy Women's History Month. Antonia Umo, Souq News Television.
If you enjoyed the conversation so far, then you should sit for more. We thank you for staying tuned to the front burners. You understand that this is Policy Discuss, and this is where the issues get really very hot, and this is where we handle the very, very hot topics. It's International Women's Day. Not yet, but it'll be tomorrow. I say it is because this is our month, so I can as well say it is International Women's Day. Don't mind me. I like to just put it in your face there so that you don't get it twisted at all. So we have another woman in the studio. I told you we had to go bring in formidable women who are icons when you talk about excelling in the field of endeavor and actually setting the pace when it comes to women accelerating action positively. Remember, we're not pulling down the men. We're working with them to advance the cause of women so that the society can be a better place. So in the studio with us this morning, we have Dr. Nechi Isiako, who is the CEO Health Values Advisory Nigeria. She's also the MD CEO of Mirasar Energy Limited, Rwanda. Your profile is huge. I'm tempted to say intimidating. But we're happy that you're all of that. And it makes the sisterhood very proud.
Thank you.
So welcome to the show. Congratulations. It's a month and it's going to be our day tomorrow.
Yeah.
And your birthday is going to be on the 9th of March. So happy birthday in advance.
Thank you.
You look like you're already in the celebratory mood.
Do I? Yeah. I like March. It's a very special month. Yeah.
Is it because it's your birthday and it's because it's International Women's Month?
So you see, when it mounts two things, that makes it all the more special, isn't it?
Strong reasons for it to be. Okay, let's talk about women.
Yeah.
This is 2025. Women have come a long way. And the theme this year is accelerate action. But the questions are, on what specifically do we want to accelerate action? You are a professional woman, and it takes a lot to get you there. There are certain values I'm sure that you imbibe and you had to follow to be able to be undistracted and be where you are. Let's begin from the home. If we're talking about accelerating action, are there certain values that we are letting go of, losing, or that we need to reinforce?
That's an excellent question. I love to begin from the home because truly my journey as a professional, as a woman, as a human being, had a very strong impact from home. You know, my very first mentor was my father, the late Dr. O.C. Ezako. You know, he would say to me, Nechi, don't do what I wouldn't do. And honestly, that was enough. Because he actually lived a life of example right before us kids. And it's because of the values I imbibed from my dad that I went into corporate governance. Because I saw those values of responsibility, of accountability. And I love the fact that you're talking about values of fairness, of transparency. He really demonstrated them. And so when he said, Nechi, don't do what I wouldn't do, I knew exactly what he was talking about. And many, many years after he passed away, he passed away 23 years ago, I still remember like yesterday. And don't forget, it wasn't the day before he passed away that he taught me those things. Those things were taught to me as a child. Those same values I have tried to imbibe in my children. So talking about the home, I think I have, sorry about that. I think I have children who, who exude some of those values, many of them. Because I remember when they were kids, when they were actually much younger, and I'd give them a loan, you know. I never had to ask for the money back. I never had to ask for the money back. They would always say, oh, Mom, I've credited your account with a loan. So I thought, okay, I think we're getting this right.
Okay, talking about leadership.
Yeah.
Stephen Covey in his 8 Habits says there are 4 rules for a leader. First is that they model, set example for others, then they pathfind, and then of course discipline. And eventually we also see that they are able to empower others by giving them voices. Do you think women are doing enough of this in terms of modeling, pathfinding, discipline, and then empowering other women?
Well, I think it's a multi-pronged question, and it's also a bit general. There are women who are doing just that, who are role models. I've had role models, women role models in my life. There are also other women who I wish they were not positioning themselves as those who would stop other women from coming up. I've seen also in my career women who felt like threatened when they saw you, what they perceived you carried and all that. Yeah. So it's been a mixed bag, if I can put it that way. And but I wouldn't, because of one group, rule out the other or vice versa. We are human. The best of men are still men at the very best. Never mind I use the word men. The best of women are still women at the very best.
Yeah.
So we are human. None of us is God or an angel. So we will have our strengths and we'll have our weaknesses.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, you paint a picture of your time, the values you imbibed at home, and how that has a great impact on you, and now you are using that for your family. What has changed from your generation to the current generation of women? What has changed that has worked in the negative that needs to be corrected?
I can see you're all looking for the negative. It's fine.
We want to set the record straight.
Yes.
There's a current anomaly.
Yeah. To be honest, I think it's just a different generation. The way I was with my mom is very different from the way I am with my children, with my daughters. I have 3 daughters and 1 son. They're a different generation. They have been exposed. We didn't have internet when we didn't have technology, we didn't have AI, and then we didn't have social media for goodness sake. So our parents were like, they were right just because they were parents. But if you try that with this generation, you're on your own. To be honest, my kids are even a bit more able to handle that parents are right thing, because they're kind of in between. When you talk about the current generation, you have to think of the Gen Zs, you have to think of those who are I don't have any children in that group. So you still have a lot of children who are very respectful. But you see, the point that a child knows what they want and they don't want you to put them down doesn't mean they are not respectful. It means that they believe that respect should be reciprocal, and that's true. Sometimes our own parents also overdid it. My generation, you maybe apart from him, you are quite young compared to me. My generation, our parents they were just right. Well, we were fortunate if we had parents who really had good values. I was very blessed because I had parents who had good values. And when I was much older, and I would sit with my mom and we would talk, and I could actually refer to the things she taught me growing up and demanding the same standard from her and a consistency in those standards. And she understood. She would bow to that because she was the one who taught me those things. So this current generation, there are things when you tell them, they're like, that's going to affect my
Mental health.
Oh wow! I learned that expression mental health. I learned that expression mental. It was as if it was never in the dictionary. I literally learned it. I mean, like in the last 10 to 15 years. Yeah. So, but I just think they are more demanding of our responsibility towards them, our respect towards them, and that age is not necessarily might. You know, in Nigeria, where being the older person or the person in authority, like the chairman of the board, so you do wrong things and nobody challenges. Those are some of the things I fought in my career. You know, where the chairman of the board does the wrong thing, and just because he's the chairman, everybody is like, letting it slide. I'm like, no, it shouldn't be. So is it wrong to insist that what is right should be right, irrespective of who is doing it? Yeah. And what is wrong should be wrong, irrespective of who is doing it?
So let's talk now about corporate governance. You said the values your father taught you made it easy and interesting for you to go to corporate governance.
Yeah.
You just mentioned the board now,
Yeah.
where you have women these days who are CEOs, who are board chairmen, even though some persons want to change that title and say chairperson, whichever, but they're still the one at the ends of affair.
Yeah.
So there's this perception that when you have a woman in authority in a corporate setting, it's the men who are really happy about it. Some women feel that they would rather have male bosses than female bosses. So talk about women in leadership.
That's again another mixed bag. I have seen that quite a bit. When I was, in the bank, I was in the banking sector for quite part of my career, and I was the head of the legal and company secretariat group, and I was actually responsible for many companies because the subsidiaries were also working with me. And I used to employ women in my team. There were those who said, wow, they're taking a lot of risks. Why would you be employing women? Women don't like to work with women. But the truth of the matter was that I had the most fantastic team of young ladies. They looked up to me and I challenged them, So today I look back, they're my first set of children.
What do you think made a difference for your experience compared to what some of the women would experience working with women as well?
I think that it has a lot to do with where we're coming from. I did have also women bosses who, not many, just two in my life, who were negative. But you see, like I said, it comes from where we're coming from. I was brought up by parents who believed absolutely in me. So my self-esteem was very high. I had self-confidence. So it was not easy for someone to put me down. It didn't matter, how much you wanted to put me down. And then beyond that, I had a track record of good performance. So it's not going to change just because you became my boss last week or the month before. You understand? So, they at least one of them particularly I had really nasty experience. And it wasn't just me, because we were three women that were at a very senior level, and all three of us had the same experience with this lady. So maybe she felt threatened by having women who knew as much as she did, or what? I don't know. But for me, it's not my problem. I refuse for you to make me feel less than I am. So you see, that's another thing I tell women. Who you are is up to you. Don't let anyone make you feel inferior. Don't let anyone make you feel less than you are. You are giving them permission. You have to give someone permission. And you see, when you know the power that you hold, that power of your own future, that power of what you can be, no one can take it. No one can take it from you except with your permission. So, if you come from that perspective, you would learn a lot. So that was what I taught the women that worked with me. A lot of them went on to achieve. I I'm so proud of them. You know, what they've achieved. For me, it's my personal achievement. You know, I feel like, okay, these are my first set of daughters, and they've achieved. And my own daughters, I have, like I mentioned, I have 3. They are excelling globally. And that gives me a great deal of pride as well. For me, I think that what people that work with you succeed in doing because of you, not in spite of you, is part of your success story. Your success story is not just what you are able to achieve on your own. Now, I'm talking about women, but I also had a lot of men who worked with me, and they had a great deal of respect for me. Till today, we have a very good rapport and relationship. Anywhere I walk in, and there's a former person, I train for the ICSAN and I train for the IOD. There are times when I come to the IOD training, CDC 1, that's part of the requirement to become a member of the IOD. And there's a former colleague of mine, either a colleague or someone who worked with me, who I supervised in that class. And when they see, they are so excited. They were telling everybody, oh, Dr. Nechi. You know, a colleague told me the other time that they were interviewing for a senior position in their company. And there was a lady in the interview that they were talking to. And they were challenging her. Can you do this? Are you sure you will cope with this? Are you sure you will do that? And she would smile confidently. And she'd say to them, you know, if you knew my boss, I work with Dr. Nechi Ezako. If you knew my boss, you would know that there's nothing I cannot handle.
So it's about shaping others, leading them so that you're building competency.
Absolutely.
As well. We'll continue more on this conversation after this break. Please stay tuned. Had the delectable Dr. Nechi Ezako in the studio, and we're talking about women in leadership as we discuss International Women's Day, which will be tomorrow, but we are early birds, so we'd like to discuss it early.
Yeah, it's been exciting hearing your experience, and it's like 1 in 1,000, I must say. It's like 1 in 1,000. But there's this argument, people also talk about the impact of feminism on societal value. That when this thing was underplayed, society was better than it is today. What's your take?
When what was underplayed?
Feminism.
Oh. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by underplay. But you see, feminism has various definitions. I don't know if you've listened to Chimamanda Adichie. She's a feminist. And if you listen to her, you would have nothing but the highest regard for feminists. You know? So, if it means for me to believe in myself, what's wrong with that? Don't men believe in themselves? You know, the thing is, we have, we birth a boy and we birth a girl. I've had the privilege of birthing both. And to be honest with you, it's the same process. You're pregnant, it takes 9 months for that child to grow. The man doesn't take 12 months and the woman 9 months or anything like that. They go through the same process. They actually, if you don't use science, you probably won't know whether it's a man or a woman until the person emerges. Okay? So, then the moment they emerge, it's like a clean slate and we begin to write. So for the ladies, we begin to tell them, you have to be a good wife and so on. Wow. Really? And then for the men, nobody tells them you have to be a good husband. Did you notice? So, bottom line is that society has a lot in shaping the women in our society. It's cultural, especially in our own space, in our African context. It's quite cultural. But to be honest, it goes beyond Africa. The issue of women being put down or not not having the same level of empowerment as men is global. Do you know that it was as recent as I think 1945 or 46 or thereabout that the French woman in France was able to vote? Okay, and of course we know the American story and so on and so forth. So really, this issue of feminism came to the fore because women said, "Look, we want to be treated equally. We want." For me, the jury is out on whether the word should be equal treatment or whether it should be let's be equitable. But honestly, what we're really trying to say is we're all human beings, created in the image of God Almighty, and with the right environment, women do just as well, if not better, than men. And well, that's also a general statement, and I don't usually like to make general statements, but I have seen women who have done better than some men. I've seen some men who have done better than some women. It's really, really about what you believe, who you think you are. But the truth of the matter is that we're all human beings. So in terms of feminism, am I a feminist? From that perspective, you could call me a feminist, because I don't see myself as inferior to any man. But I do not subscribe to superiority over men. I don't. There's another school of thought of feminism that seems to think it means women are superior to men. I don't subscribe to that school of thought. I believe that we're all human and we're all created in the image and likeness of God. And so we have what it takes to be like Him, creative like the Creator. And and when you are creative, it means you can innovate. It means ideas that command resources are available to you. And the one thing I found in my life is that when you never say no to yourself, I never say no to myself. When you don't say no to yourself, where you're going is far. The sky is not even the limit, it's a stepping stone.
Okay, us still talking about this experience of boy and girl in the same womb, all coming out the same. I have observed in many homes, the mothers are teacher toward the male, and the father toward the female. What was your experience like?
I was thinking when I was talking about my dad, and you'd be like, it's her
What
dad.
about your mom?
What about her mom? Yes. That does happen. I think it's a natural phenomenon. There's unlike poles tend to attract and things like that. There's a scientific this thing around it and all that. And the guys, the men also tend to be very protective towards their moms. But I've seen also girls who are very protective of their moms, who are like, my mom. And I have a friend, she is extremely on about her mom. But to be honest, she did have a fabulous relationship with her dad as well, but her dad has since passed on and the mom is still there. And, at a point, it was like her siblings were like, wait a minute. It's our mom. It's not just your mom. Yes, it can actually cause sibling rivalry,
Yes.
So, it does happen that there's but I don't believe that there's any hard and fast rules and things. I think that a lot of things that happen to us when we emerge as that boy or that girl depends on what was written on the plate. So some would say, oh, you have an only son, he must be spoiled. Yeah, his sisters wanted to spoil. I said, don't spoil my son for me. Because tomorrow, well, if there is a problem with people will say, his mother spoiled. It's always, in my culture, when a child is doing well, he's the father's child. The father is proud of. And if he's a spoiled brat, he's his mother's child.
Okay,
so I think it's actually that's actually scripture, because I don't know why Solomon has to say that in proper.
So Solomon was speaking for himself. Everybody took it. Well, I think that has to change. It's our culture.
Okay, so Ma, let me take you back to the arena of corporate governance.
Yes, please.
I see that you've done quite successfully well in that arena. So, how did you establish yourself there? Probably when you were climbing up the rung, you experienced some form of challenges. How those challenges, the ones that were, tailored towards you because of your gender, how you were able to surmount them, and you can point specific issues out.
I reflect on my life quite a number of times, and I don't know, some people say I'm forceful. I'm very mellow now because I'm a lot older, maybe hopefully wiser and all that, but the young Nechi that was coming up that ladder wasn't an easy person to throttle. I remember once when my directors were some executive directors, then I was a company secretary, and the executive directors were, trying to be intimidating. We are the directors, we must do this, blah, blah, blah. And I walked up to the managing director and I said to him, your MD, the EDs are trying to intimidate the company secretary. My MD laughed. And he turned to me and said, Madam Corporate Governance, Madam Company Secretary. They called me Madam Corporate Governance. Madam Company Secretary, is it possible to intimidate this company secretary? They know they are up to an impossible task. So that was how bad my reputation was. Okay?
That wasn't bad.
You were just bad in quotes. Yes. I was strong. I've always been strong. I've been through challenges in my life.
How did you overcome that seemingly intimidating waters?
Yes. So the point is, I always say this to company secretaries. There are two key things that you need. One is courage. The other is knowledge. Courage and knowledge, they must go together. If you're very courageous but you don't know your onions, forget it. You are a disaster going somewhere to happen.
Yeah.
If you know your onions but you don't have the courage to communicate, to say to the board, this is how it's supposed to be done and all that, then you are useless to them, because the company secretary is a resource that the board should leverage. So you must have the knowledge. So knowledge empowers. Did you know that knowledge empowers?
Yeah.
When I'm a lawyer. Oh. My background is in law. Okay? So, and I'm a lawyer that took the trouble to know my craft. Law is wide.
Yes.
So I identified my area, I focused on it, and I know it. You can wake me up in the middle of the night. I will teach you corporate governance while asleep.
Okay, so sorry, I need to, because in this platform, business, economy, and development is our forte. That's where we operate.
Yes.
So, in the negotiation table, you found yourself as a woman negotiating with men, trying to seal a contract for your organization to do that. What are some of the challenges you encountered there, and how were you able to win that contract to your organization?
I never went into any negotiation from a position of weakness. Never. Till tomorrow, I never do. I always come into a discussion from a position of strength. I don't see my being a woman as a disadvantage. On the contrary, I see my being a woman as an advantage. So and I've had in my career to be the only woman on the table many times. And if I come in there and I'm the only woman on the table, oh wow, I'm going to milk it. I'm going to make the best of it. And if there are other women, I encourage them. And together, we milk it. No, there are qualities women have. You know, that ability to think fast on their feet. That ability to multitask. There are so many qualities women have. And it's not our fault, it's our God-given qualities. So why should I come, from a position of weakness? I never do. Never ever. So at the negotiating table, and I've gotten good deals in my time. I've gotten so many bonuses paid to me over time because of things I want for the company. There were impossible situations for my company, and until I stepped into that position, into the situation, and it was resolved. And the board is like, what? And they said, they approved the bonus. Time and again.
Okay, let's look at the political arena. It's different from what you have in the corporate setting. There are clearly stated rules within the corporate setting, so people must fall in line. When they don't, they should fall in line. When they don't fall in
they
line,
often don't.
sometimes there are checks.
Yes.
And it's when somebody pushes that these are the rules, you can make them fall by the rules. But in the political arena, it seems like there are no clear-cut rules that guide the conduct of people sometimes, except how an office should run. Now this is where I'm going.
Okay.
So you talked about being the only woman in the room and you were able to secure deals. You didn't go there seeing yourself as a woman or negotiating from a point of weakness but of strength. And you even used your being a woman as an advantage. You also talked about knowing your onion, knowledge and courage, these two key things. So let's cite the example of what played out at the National Assembly. So a former senator was interviewed recently and then she was asked about her opinion on what played out. And then she was making the point that, first of all, you don't go to such an arena seeing yourself as a woman. You go there as a person.
Yes.
And then, so it's all about people being equal. And then she made a comment about the issue of sexual harassment. She said at that level, such should not even be stated. She considers it a sign of weakness when a woman says at that level that she's been harassed. Perhaps what she was trying to say is that you don't give certain disposition that makes you subject to that, or even would open you up to such, and that you must go there seeing yourself as a person, being able to play the card of advantage with knowledge. What do you have to say to that?
Okay. I generally stay away from political arena, but you've asked a very important question, and I will respond. There are two things. One is you are in the Senate. You are a senator representing certain communities. Because this morning when I heard the news that the senator had been suspended for 6 months, I was thinking of the communities whose voice is going to be silenced for 6 months, if that is allowed to happen. Okay, so I would ordinarily play by the rules. So if I'm not supposed to sit at a seat, I will not sit at that seat. And it's not about whether I'm a woman or a man. Whether I was a man or not, whatever is my seat, that's where you'll find me. Again, that's part of my corporate governance background, okay, and legal background. I just generally believe in doing things the right way, okay. So if that is the truth, and if someone has actually made a pass at me or something, and I know they're looking for an opportunity to show me up, I won't let them have the privilege of doing that. So maybe I may be sounding as if I agree a bit with the senator. But I mean, I'm not in the shoes of the person, so I don't really understand all the facts. I wasn't there when whatever happened. But I'm just talking from a Nietzsche perspective. You won't bring me in that position of weakness. You won't find me in that position of weakness, because I still believe that it is my choice to empower you or not to empower you. So I exercise that choice in my own favor and not in your favor. So that's
okay. So the follow-up to this is, when we have women in corporate settings, some would tell you that I cannot move up to this position because there's a male boss there who's sexually harassing me, or there's so much of sexual harassment in this field. So that's a discouragement for women to get into the spaces. Not to deny that the issue of sexual harassment is a challenge for women. But when women are in areas where there's a likelihood of things like that to happen, as someone who has come up the ladder in organization and who knows a lot about corporate governance, what's your advice to women?
To the men?
To both, to men and to women.
So let me discuss that issue of sexual harassment. I ask myself often, did you experience sexual harassment? What are the instances of sexual harassment? I know them in my mind. I know someone is making a pass, but the way I played it is I didn't let them know that I knew what they were doing. I didn't let them know that I knew what they were, because I didn't want to empower that person with taking our relationship and our conversation away from the professionalism that it should have. I always insist on maintaining the professionalism. And when the person, said, in fact, this lady is even naive, I'll smile. Yeah, that's my choice. I'm using naivety to my advantage. So be it. You understand? And so if you are thinking that, okay, this sexual harassment is what is going to determine how I'm going to be promoted or not, let me tell you something. No human being has the power over where you're going. In the place of my assignment, in the past and in the future, no man will ever be able to stand before me. I'm a person of deep faith. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus, and I pray. When I get on my knees and pray, things happen.
But aside of using faith, are there ways to carry yourself?
Yes.
Are there things to do?
Yes.
That it doesn't become a stumbling block?
Yes. Because that faith is related. Because the faith determines your state of mind. Everything has to do with your perspective, your perception of what is happening right here. So somebody is making a strong effort right now to make me notice them from a different perspective. And I have decided that this is not why I'm here. I have a job to do. I'm here for a job. And I'm working my job. Other people, that person cannot hold the power of life and death over me. It's not possible. Let me be honest with you. What you believe has a way of reflecting on the other person, even making them change their mind towards you. And they become one of your best colleagues and forget their thoughts before.
So let me... Someone who is not of a faith, either of Islam or Christianity, and the person finds herself in that position by a boss who wants to take advantage. It is obvious. It is known to both parties. How can the person, deploy the instrument of corporate governance to make sure that that doesn't happen?
Yes. So there are many things available in corporate governance. I'm sure you've heard about whistleblowing. Whistleblowing policies, organizations are actually required to have whistleblower mechanisms and policies in place that give not just the person who is the direct recipient of the problem, but anyone else who observes it, the opportunity to communicate the right channels and to say, this is what is going on here. It needs to be investigated. And where those channels are put through the motion and investigated. And again, there's a protection for that person who makes the report. The person is protected, that they must not suffer. Because usually, if it's your boss, they can, punish you for reporting and all that. But the organization's mechanisms actually required to have that protection. Whistleblower protection is a big issue in corporate governance, a big deal in corporate governance.
Okay. Yes. This year theme is accelerating action.
Yes.
From 1995, affirmative action. I want to find out from you. Do you think it's about carving out certain number for women, or really empowering women to occupy the space?
That's an excellent question. I've always said I believe in gender diversity for boards, for senior management, at every level. But it has to be the right quality of people in that space. When this gender diversity thing started initially, they were making it something like a tokenism. A token woman, just put any woman there. Okay, there's a woman there. She may not be the right woman. But the truth of the matter is that we do have a lot of qualified women. So you need to choose the qualified women. But the truth is also that originally or initially, there was a kind of fear of the qualified women. So they didn't want the qualified women in the room. But I tell you one thing, the companies that don't have qualified men, they don't do well. So also companies that don't have qualified women. But if the right women were actually in the room, do you know that 10% more gender diversity actually comes with 6% better financial performance? There are statistics by McKinsey, there are statistics by Credit Suisse, there are statistics by different notable organizations showing that the presence of the right women in the room makes huge difference in terms of the corporate performance. And it is actually, a company is actually doing itself good by putting good, strong, qualified women in the board, in their leadership positions. And I'm happy that in Nigeria that is improving gradually. Okay, and hopefully it will continue, the trend will continue to go up. If you come to the Institute of Directors, there are a lot of women, the Chartered Institute of Directors. There are women who are in senior positions. Our immediate past president was a woman, and she's not the first woman president of this Chartered Institute of Directors.
We do hope that the right women who are in the corporate sector would also get more right women in the political sector, so that when the right decisions need to be made, we will have those women there. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Nlechi Ezeaku, for being on the show today. She is the CEO, L Values Advisory Nigeria, and the MD CEO, Mirasign Energy Limited, Rwanda. Thank you for celebrating International Women's Day with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. It's really been a privilege.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And happy birthday in advance.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a break before Post and Perspectives come your way. It's a time for us to get feedback from you with Swift Adirita.
Right here at Venue Wash Media, call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Ramadan, a month of mercy, forgiveness, and countless blessings. Are you truly prepared to make most of it? Join us every Friday as we bring you the voice of the faithful, a special Ramadan series that will uplift your spirit and bring you closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Deep insights, powerful Quranic reflections, inspiring hadiths, and practical tips to help you maximize your Ramadan. Don't miss out. Tune in every Friday for the voice of the faithful, only on Souq News Television. Let's make this Ramadan count. Bismillah. The journey begins this Friday. See you there.
For sports session, please call 0703 438 6205. Masalam.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of
Welcome. It's Post and Perspectives, the segment on the show you always like to listen to. Yeah, because it's all about you. Basically, if this is your first time, welcome. The idea is we run through your messages because we are so interested in what you say and we get to analyze them a bit. My name is Swift Aderito, and let's jump right into it, like I say. So the first topic we're going to be looking through what you said as UK's 290k pound spouse visa rule sparks debate. The first person here is Ike Oshinowo. Hi, Ike. Ike says, which one be spouse visa? Again, Baye. And he hashtags the front burners and spouse visa. Well, that's what we woke up to. And the next person is Sarah, and Sarah says the exorbitant school fees is an investment in the UK, and students also want to reap financially after graduation via legal employment. This said, we should fix our country and educational system. I agree. She says so that our youths are confident to stay here, build a thriving economy. Back in my days at Unilag, we had foreign students because we had good education. Yeah. The next person, of course, the next topic has to do with BDC operators facing constraints and buying forex from banks. And the first person says he's Akilu says banks may have foreign currency reserves, but meeting demands is another matter. If formal channels can't supply enough forex for business importers or individuals, they would turn to the black market, driving up demands and prices there. The trend could result from supply issues, speculations, economic imbalances, or restrictive foreign policies. And of course, someone else talking about that, his name is John Wick. John Wick, how you doing? Are you season 5 or season 6? I'm curious. And you say that's a major angle. Only government has a lot of money that need to be laundered mercilessly. And the BDCs are to go to. Reasons why exchange rates are usually highest after FAAC has shared than others in the month. Too many naira chasing few USD. And of course, the next topic, which is one of my favorites, is talking about the International Women's Day. And Stacey Grant says, let's champion diversity and inclusion this International Women's Day. I support. And the next person is Rookie, and Rookie says, I celebrate myself and every other woman on this wonderful day as we continually shine forth our light in the world and transcend barricades in various sectors of life and positions we find ourselves. And of course, we have the National Theatre unlocking, and this one is from George, and George says, Oga, what is your business with creative arts? Advise the government on what to do for our economy to improve and the naira to regain its value. That's all we have to take for today. My name is still Swift Aderito, and of course, again, happy International Women's Day to all the wonderful women that work at Souq News TV, from our producer Tosin to the people who write, Dunsi, and the other beautiful ladies who do a wonderful job. And of course, let's turn in the men too. We appreciate you. I'll see you at the other side as I hand over to the front burner team. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to your time. This is Sports Time. This is Friday, and there is no better place to be than live on the bonus, front bonus, where everything is happening. This is Happy Women's Day. That is my own putting. So to every woman out there, thank you very much for being the mother. Thank you for being a sister and being a very beautiful auntie. But don't expect money from us. Today, do the spending. We'll do the working. Let's go straight to what's happening in sport. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. FIFA is breaking the record time and time again. They are eyeing 11 billion revenue for the cycle between 2023 and 2026. And let me reveal this to you that they are on track and they will deliver as planned in the total revenue they are looking forward to for this cycle. Why? For 2024, they have gotten $483 million already. A round of applause for FIFA. Now, also, FIFA has cut the tape for Women's World Cup. The bidding have started for processes for the 2020, 31 and 2035 Women World Cup. Congratulations to FIFA again. So for everyone out there that is looking for rights, that is what is making monies right now around the world. Right. Go get right for this particular tournament and beam to your continent. Let's get to athletics. Congratulations to the man again. Now, WBD, they bagged Grand Slam track right in Asia and in Europe. If you remember Michael Johnson, that beautiful sprinter, he has come up with his own sprint and he has gotten, as we speak, he has gotten right for widespread exposure across Europe and Asia through the right deal with Warner Bros. Discovery, brokered by 2 Seconds. Congratulations to him. Straight to MotoGP. Pirelli, you know them, those tire makers, they are uniting motorcycling classics with this beautiful deal. Pirelli is financing and also finalizing agreements to become the official, I mark it again, official tire supplier to MotoGP from 2027, thereby becoming the sole provider of tires across 3 motorcycle tournaments. Now you will be wondering, this is where we shout, show me the money. Let's get to what's happening in the media. Now, DAZ, they are always in the news once it gets to sports. Always in the news. There is 1 billion on the table. Now, FIFA will pay out 1 billion in prize money to teams competing in this summer's Club World Cup. Now, that particular money is coming from DAZN, and everybody is getting their share. What amount are we talking about? We are not sure yet. I want to say thank you very much to everyone that has contributed to everything that has happened through the week. Have yourself a beautiful weekend. My name is John Rogers Souq. Let's make this money and let's get sports interesting. Bye.
The Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the
It's been a wonderful package today. I know that you agree with that. We've had wonderful, interesting conversations today, wrapping up the week's edition of the Front Burners on Souq News TV. Thank you for watching. We can continue this good work on Monday when we start a fresh edition of the Front Burners on Souq News TV. If you didn't get a chance to comment on the issues discussed today, you have a second chance as you go over to watch the show from when it began at 7 this morning on our YouTube channel. Follow us on social media platforms, like the page, and also be a part of what's going on by sharing your comments at Souq News TV. I leave all women with this, and not just women, but for every person who probably feels they can't do it, you can do it. So Helen Keller says, never bend your head, always hold it high and look the world straight in the eye. So whatever it is that you're faced with, to run away will be to postpone the evil's day. So why not confront it today and do so with knowledge, because knowledge is power. I'm blessing Aiche. On behalf of all the women here at Souq News TV, will say Happy International Women's Day to every woman out there. Let's keep the flag flying in the right place and accelerate the right actions to make life a better place for us all. Dr. Dasal Samanze.
Yeah, it's been a nice time having very cerebral women here. It was just a nostalgia feeling for me, having been taught by one superwoman that was my own mother, the best teacher I ever had. And I think that women are worth celebrating, and we're all here, except that we have agreed that some people should pay the bills together.
Nobody is paying bill. The only person or the only people are allowed to pay bills this period are men. Right?
Well, for me, to have yourself a fantastic weekend.
Here at Venue Wash Media, call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is Souq exclusive. You know when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she has been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the
Good
show.
morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right, now for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle Olado Martins was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us, how has it been for you growing up amid celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people, and we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokiapega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day, I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife, Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to like just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in '96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London, and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous and you looked after him and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News. And he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. And when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and he'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had, and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel like he's alive
still
again.
Alive and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
Lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans, and the way she, took the time to say, "Oh, hello," and "Oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from?" And I thought that was really nice, and we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Epega, Harriman, Epega and Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, "Could you go and find the publicist?" And I had to say, "I am the publicist." And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is that you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because especially even now in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael, because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow events talking about having.
So you've
different-
been?
Oh, yes,
I haven't been.
But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Ball. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, you know, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think a Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had a taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world, people assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food."
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, "I want to come and see Nigeria for myself." You know, I hear these things at the foods, you know, people like, "Oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food?" It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do. They're really doing well. They're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yeah.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last. You want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is use them as an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever, or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching Souq News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won a Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware, and I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time and get Nigeria involved as well, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got Souq News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
it
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for people of color and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on Souq Exclusive. We've been talking with I'd like to add the to him. I hope the GD would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me. It's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and should I call myself a pseudo politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. thank you very much. Well, yes, my is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party, and Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence slightly just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing, so he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well, and that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan, and then he went back into private legal practice, and then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement, and then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created, and that's it.
That was about mommy?
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class offer. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics, and the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Ocean State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then if I file a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law, and there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is quite frankly quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to draw up a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has its advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter, and it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions, and that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people who were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary, Or the salary or the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere, and the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's definitely not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at a point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the football federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it, and that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend rap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. And some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke, and he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped, because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss, because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think Content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle class education that is needed for a country to grow. you look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation, that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the mass, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you are paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home small. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please give them one more chance. they're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these many people has to go to the Venus bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. You must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities, and these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. the African Film Festival, International Film Festival is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important, like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well, that Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that's just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer, you could be a filmmaker, you could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing, you could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. Is I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sport. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make worlds and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories. but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ag Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aiboje Ag Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009,
conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the private sector Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. and in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Agboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Agboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Amboseli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful
is for Nigerians. Nigeria's Civil Aviation Authority decries poor treatment of Nigerian passengers by airlines. And the federal government approves the employment of more workers for the 774 health centers nationwide. The National Sports Commission to secure services of Arsenal star Ethan Nwaneri. Standing by. Now, President Bola Tinubu has approved a subsidy on kidney dialysis for Nigerians in 11 hospitals, reducing the cost of Nigerians from 50,000 naira to 12,000 naira. Participating institutions include the Federal Medical Center, Ebute Metta, Lagos, the FMC, Jabi Abuja, University College Hospital, UCH Ibadan, the Federal Medical Center, Owerri, and the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, Maiduguri, Others are the Federal Medical Center, Abeokuta, Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Luth, Lagos, FMC Azare, Bauchi, University of Benin Teaching Hospital, UBTH, and Benin, the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, Calabar. Dialysis subsidy, which was launched on January 8, comes amid growing concerns over increasing kidney failure cases in Nigeria. Now, the Nigerian Senate has pledged its commitment to ensuring 35% affirmative action for women in parliament and across governance and its processes. Speaking at a three-day event held at the National Assembly Complex in Abuja to mark the 2025 International Women's Day, Senate President Godswill Akpabio reaffirmed the legislature's dedication to gender equality, stressing that the commitment aligns with the country's national gender policy and the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. He, however, pushed for legislative reforms aimed at eliminating obstacles hindering women's socio-economic and political progress, emphasizing that lawmakers would work to remove all obstacles hindering women's socio-economic progress and gender equality. The 2025 International Women's Day, which is observed on the 8th of March, is being commemorated today with the theme, Economic and Political Inclusion, Walk the Talk to Galvanize Collective Action and Shared Ownership in Advancing Gender Parity in the country. Now, as Nigeria joins the world to commemorate International Women's Day, our correspondent Grace Komolafe takes a look at the role of women in ensuring food security in Nigeria.
The powerhouse of every home, she makes a continuous deliberate effort to nurture and secure her family. Before anyone else is awake, she is. Before she eats, they do. Before she rests, she makes sure tomorrow is possible. In homes across the country, hunger is silent, but a woman's sacrifice is not. She walks the land, carries the weight, stretches every meal, yet when food is scarce, she is the force to go without. Food insecurity is not just an economic crisis, it is a gendered one.
As a woman, I've had to reduce my food portion in order for the food to go round. You know, when I'm serving food, protein, like chicken, fish, I have to ensure that everybody else gets. So sometimes I have to take out from my own and ensure that the members of my family, maybe the younger ones, are well fed before I talk about myself.
Me as a woman, I skip food for my children for them to be satisfied. When food is not going round, you just have to manage ourselves. Like maybe you just one plate, you just have to short it to half, so everybody can take something and eat. It has not been easy because everything has been expensive now. Maybe when I got to market now, I take 50,000 to the market. When I got there, I see that this thing is expensive. I'll have to buy maybe one plate I want to buy. I'll just have to short the money that okay, let me buy half plate of rice, half plate of beans, everything half plates.
If it's like your loved ones, something like that, if you see the way there is not enough food, so you just need to step outside your own and give them your own to eat, something like that.
Normally, I used to buy my food from big supermarkets. Let's say go to the mall to buy food stores. But because of the high prices in baking everything, so I prefer going to the local market. So I go to the local market instead of the mall these days.
Food shortage and hiking price of food has affected my family in the sense that all the things that we used to buy before, the price of all this food stuff have gone up, and it's becoming more increasingly difficult to buy what we used to buy at the same price. So definitely we have to cut off a lot of options from our meals. So we are kind of repeating the same meals we've been doing that for a while now.
Globally, women experience food insecurity at higher rates than men. According to research, 31.9% of women face moderate to severe food insecurity in 2021 compared to 27.1% 0.6% of men. Despite making up nearly half of the agricultural workforce, women own only a fraction of the land they cultivate. They produce, cook, and sell food, but in many homes, they often eat last. When food prices soar, they cut their own portions first, and when resources are scarce, their health and nutrition are sacrificed.
But sometimes I would just, this food can't be enough for everybody. So me and the father, we won't be able to eat. The children just have to take the food.
Okay. There are times I sacrifice my food for my husband. Yes, because he's the head of the house.
Before we take like 3 square meal, but now for the children to be satisfied, we the parents have to, just keep maybe dinner for them to have their 3 square meal.
Women play significant and very powerful role in food security. We all know across the globe that women are farmers. Women are first in contact in providing food. But what has stopped them from progressing, what has stopped them from earning from their labor, it is because they are not recognized, they are not supported financially, and so these are the challenges that they face.
Millions of women fight an unseen battle, balancing hunger, health, and survival. They are farmers without land, providers without enough to give, pillars of strength in a world that often looks away. Yet, if given equal access to resources, women farmers could increase global GDP by $1 trillion and significantly reduce hunger. This is not just about hunger, it is about power. Who has it, who doesn't, and who pays the price?
These are the challenges we go through as women. Just to put food on the table for the family, we have to be as a strong women.
When food is too expensive or unavailable, what I do is just, I make do with what I have. And then when it's too expensive, I try to go to the markets where food stuff are sold at cheaper prices. I try to go to markets where food stuff is sold in bulk, and we can get them for a cheaper price.
Without policies, without laws, without codes of conduct, I like to call it, you cannot achieve. They form the structure within which we should operate. But unfortunately, in our country, policies to a very large extent do not mean anything because they are not followed through. We call on every stakeholders, we call on government to provide the financial powerhouse for them to adequately enlarge the food security within our country and outside of our country.
Policies exist, interventions happen, but while they work, women must be at the center of food security planning, not just on the margins. As the world acknowledges the strength and struggles of women, the call to action is clear. Invest in women farmers, prioritize women in food policies, end gender disparity in food access. When women thrive, community flourish, and progress accelerates. Happy International Women's Day. Grace Komalafe, Souq News Television.
Celebration continues with a public occasion organized by the Lagos State Government in Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. The event, which explores the theme, Together We Can Forge Women's Equality, Collectively We Can All Accelerate Action, is at the moment taking place at Mobolaji Johnson Arena, Onikon Stadium in Lagos. We'll bring you details of that report in our subsequent bulletin. Now, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority decries poor treatment of Nigerian passengers. And that story is after this break. To join us again. Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority had decried the poor services meted out to Nigerians by some international airlines, insisting that Nigerians cannot be paying the highest fee across Africa and still get maltreated. The Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Michael Achimugu, disclosed this at a meeting with the management team of Rwandan Air over prolonged and delayed refund allegations leveled against the airline by many Nigerian passengers. Mr. Achimugu complained of the airline staff's unprofessionalism, which was evident in their manner of approach. He said Nigerians pay a humongous amount to fly more than any other country in Africa, stressing that airlines treat Nigerian passengers shabbily, thinking that passengers do not have so many options. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority publicist emphasized that both domestic and international airlines in Nigeria have been found culpable of delays in refund ticket fees to passengers after flights are cancelled. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Control, NIMASA, has expressed concern over the continued payment of war risk insurance premiums on Nigerian-bound cargoes, despite significant investment in maritime security. The agency's Director General, Dayo Mobirola, made this known in Lagos while receiving a delegation from the Denmark Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He noted that piracy in Nigerian waters has declined, yet international insurance have not adjusted the premium rate accordingly. Mobiorela, represented by NIMASA's Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Chudi Ofodile, revealed that NIMASA has engaged in capacity development programs focusing on conflict resolution, peacekeeping, and security, according to reports. Now, the federal government has unveiled plans to empower 10 million women by 2027, aiming to boost financial literacy and inclusion as part of its strategy to transform Nigeria into a $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. The Minister of Women Affairs, Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, disclosed this during an event marking International Women's Day, emphasizing the need for immediate action to enhance women's financial knowledge. Suleiman Ibrahim highlighted key barriers limiting women's economic participation, including restricted access to credit, financial exclusion, and vulnerability to fraudulent schemes. She called for urgent intervention to address these challenges, noting that Nigerian women are about 40% of small business owners, making them crucial to economic growth. Now, the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company has cried out over the invasion of its corporate headquarters by men and officers of the Nigerian Air Force from the Sam Ethan Air Force Base in Ikeja, Lagos. The officers, who also brutalized journalists, according to reports, who were on the premises for an assignment during the period, invaded the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company headquarters on the expiration of the ultimatum given to the DISCO to reconnect their power supply, which was disconnected because of a debt of 4 billion naira. Spokesman for the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company, Kingsley Okotie, said the company had to disconnect the feeder supplying electricity to the base after its electricity bills accumulated to the tune of 4 billion naira. Okotie disclosed that the Air Force had on Wednesday this week written the company ordering it to reconnect the base within 48 hours or face the consequences, a situation that led to the unauthorized invasion of the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company and destruction of valuables. Now, the federal government approaches employment of more workers for the 774 healthcare centers. Details of that report in a moment. Welcome back, and many thanks for joining us. Now, the federal government has approved the employment of 774 national health workers and fellows to strengthen Nigeria's healthcare system. The initiative, led by the Federal Ministry of Health, aims to empower young professionals and improve health services nationwide. President Tinubu announced the decision at the State House Conference Center, Abuja, describing the program as a transformative step towards sustainable development. The president also emphasized the program's role in fostering innovation and leadership in the health sector. The Development Bank of Nigeria had disbursed more than 272 billion naira to over 518,170 women-owned institutions, representing 74% of its total benefits and beneficiaries. Managing Director of Tony Akpanachi disclosed this in Abuja during an event marking International Women's Day, emphasizing the DBN's commitment to empowering female entrepreneurs across various sectors, including fashion, agribusiness, technology, and healthcare. Okmanachi stressed that financial support alone is not enough for women entrepreneurs to thrive, stressing the need for strategic partnership, mentorship, and market access. To address these challenges, DBN has launched initiatives like Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Bank of Industry, aimed at expanding access to finance and business development opportunities for women. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the employment of 774 national health fellows to strengthen Nigeria's healthcare system. The initiative, led by the Federal Ministry of Health, aims to empower young professionals and improve health services nationwide. Tinubu announced the decision at the State House Conference Center, Abuja, describing the program as a transformative step in sustainable development. The president also emphasized the program's role in fostering innovation and leadership among women in the health sector. Moving ahead, the Federal High Court in Lagos has ordered the final forfeiture of $1.4 million alleged fraud proceeds linked to former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele. Justice Ayokunle Faji, in his ruling, held that the funding were proven to be proceeds of unlawful activities and must be forfeited to the federal government. Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, represented by its counsel, Bilkisu Bahari Bala, had urged that the funds were traced to the account of Donatone Limited at Titan Trust Bank and was linked to fraudulent transactions. An affidavit is deposed by the EFCC investigator, David Jayoba, detailed how intelligence reports led to the discovery of the concealed funds, as the anti-graft agency claimed that between 2021 and 2022, Emefiele and his associates extorted businesses seeking foreign exchange approvals, collecting bribes amid Nigeria's forex scarcity. Now, the Nigerian economy has experienced its fastest growth in productivity last month, when Purchasing Managers Index rose to 53.7% from 52.0 it recorded in January this year. According to Stanbic IBTC Bank's PMI report, the growth signaled a strong improvement in business conditions over what was obtained in January 2024. The report shows that the February data pointed to improved growth momentum in Nigerian private sector. The rate of expansion in output, new orders, and purchasing activity all quickened as demand picked up and inflationary pressures revealed signs of moderation. The PMI report also indicated that the health of the private sector has strengthened in 3 consecutive months, saying stronger customer demand and higher sales meant that Nigerian companies increased their output again in February, thereby extending the current sequence of growth to 3 months. And now on to sports. The National Sports Commission says that efforts are ongoing to help Nigerian Football Federation secure the services of Arsenal star Ethan Nwaneri, who is also being quoted by England. Nwaneri had been impressive for Arsenal, scoring a goal in their 7-1 demolition of the PSV in the UEFA Champions League round of 16. His performances have caught the attention of England's new manager, Thomas Tuchel, with some top retired English footballers urging Tuchel to name Nwaneri in his team for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers. However, Nwaneri's family has revealed that he is willing to represent England or Nigeria, whichever country approaches him first. And that's it on the news. Many thanks for watching. You can do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Good afternoon.
We celebrate Women's History Month, a time to honor the incredible contributions of women throughout history. It's a month dedicated to recognizing the struggles, achievements, and resilience of women who have shaped our world in politics, science, the arts, activism, and beyond. The Women's History Month movement began in 1980 when former U.S. President Jimmy Carter declared the week of March 8th as National Women's History Week. Just 7 years later, in 1987, the U.S. Congress expanded it to the full month of March, solidifying the national commitment to telling the untold stories of women's contributions. For centuries, women's achievements were often overlooked or erased from history books. Yet, they have been at the forefront of change, fighting for equal rights, breaking barriers, and revolutionizing industries. Women's History Month isn't just about the past, it's about the present and the future. Despite progress, challenges remain. Women continue to fight for equal pay, representation in leadership, and access to education and health care. That is why this month serves as both a celebration and a call to action. It reminds us to amplify women's voices, challenge inequalities, and create a future where every woman and girl has the opportunity to thrive. We can educate ourselves on stories of trailblazing women. We can support women-owned businesses, mentor young girls, and advocate for policies that empower women. This March, let's celebrate the past, embrace the present, and empower the future. Happy Women's History Month. Antonia Umo, Souq.
I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children, Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corpers. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, Souq, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. We interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books gets strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromo-Laran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. in close association with the Institute of Public Analysis of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine, they look for. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia, we know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explored a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money and whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated. in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, there is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice. You are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media, we have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate developments, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know, and these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems, they reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had a former Minister of Health, that great woman, Ponja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them. Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environments. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section, you are doing ENT surgery, you need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there, then we have the theater nurse will be there, all of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we have some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography, you have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We have started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah.
Ramadan, a month of mercy, forgiveness, and countless blessings. Are you truly prepared to make most of it? Join us every Friday as we bring you the voice of the faithful, a special Ramadan series that will uplift your spirit and bring you closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Deep insights, powerful Quranic reflections, inspiring hadiths, and practical tips to help you maximize your Ramadan. Don't miss out. Tune in every Friday for the voice of the faithful, only on Souq television. Let's make this Ramadan count. Bismillah. The journey begins this Friday. See you there.
For sponsorship, please call 0703 438 6205. Masalam.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades, and it's in the system. You know how the line goes, when they're in the system and no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business, and I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, I'll tell you.
I want to start from there. Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally,
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list. But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff. So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so for me, It's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Thinking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff. So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obiasika, Tola Akerele, who's DG of Tourism, Culture Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names? Or what they're doing or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy nominated or Grammy winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for eons.
So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, we don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, show, you talked about all the big guys in music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who's a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on. You have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content. And, and this also represents a huge shift and to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity.
Yes.
But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to play music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now, we're talking 0.0001% going to the artist, and still many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed.
Yeah.
Like you're saying now. So how do we, is it just we talk about it to shed light to it? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done.
Yeah.
But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money. Right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just focus on the art. Focus on the business.
Sort this stuff. Get out of the fighting. The money is there. You're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars. We need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It's not made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way. Me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year. right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. You know, but we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers, the public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It really costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make it song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You have it out for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You have it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did. Some other culture, you know, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you've done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it, and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Niger boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa. We had, the name's going to escape me. I'm an old guy. Please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented. We had North Africa represented. And we had over 500 million views of that show, right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide. And we're covered in Pulse.
Why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope is going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah,
and I saw it. I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, you know, of course our top Niger guys pack out, you know, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
You know, and
well, you know, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it, right? They, you know, the VMAs
or the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it, and that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while, so we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. What is a Nigerian award? What do you think about that?
without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine. Without naming names. and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans?
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa, right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora, people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call. That we wanted them to feel and experience that, and that's what IO did, right? He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's crucial for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
Look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it, and not just our awards. We just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included,
which is why it hurt me each time I said
that we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week. Because we extended, it wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board, we're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what? So digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help? Or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap. But technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is a streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels, we're still on TV screens as we are doing today, but we're all watching here, more as much as anything. So we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites, I'd be like, Nigeria, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet, we're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up, right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Teach us to number our days, that we may apply our heart unto wisdom. This ancient phrase isn't just scriptural, it is a guiding principle embraced by people from all walks of life, whether for fun or for genuine wisdom. 60 is indeed a remarkable milestone, and today we join the world and the Methodist Church in celebrating the Diamond Jubilee of their very own Secretary of Conference, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. Hello, my name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast. Like I would always say to you whenever I have the opportunity to do so, I would say that we take it right from our studio to your very destination to make sure you have a more special moment. Today is truly a special occasion for Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, celebrating Diamond Jubilee, and you can feel the joy in the air as friends, family, and
well-wishers gathered to celebrate him. Just as the celebrant is exceptional, so are the distinguished guests who will be joining us on this side today. It is Souq Podcast, and we will be bringing you special moments with special guests after this break. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. So it is Souq Podcast on Souq News Television. Like I told you, we'll be having special guests come around to talk about this celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here today, sir. He's the Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya. I would like you to tell us more about yourself.
About myself, by the special grace of God, I'm a Methodist bishop. Before becoming bishop, I served this church as the income monitoring coordinator for several years. And even as Bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, I am still currently the conference income monitoring advisor. I served for years as Bishop before his election or elevation as the Secretary of Conference. And we find out that at the time of contemplating on whom to select as the Secretary of Conference, we discovered that the former prelate, His Eminence Dr. Chukwuemeka Kanushe, really did his research very well to pick somebody who is capable for the assignment, the best person for the assignment. Apart from that, I have a relationship with him this way. I succeeded him at Elekuro. He was the bishop of that diocese, and I took over from him. Immediately he was elevated as Secretary of Conference. I was also translated from another diocese to take over from him.
All right, thank you. So you talked about capability, that he is capable. So would you say in selecting Secretary of the Conference, would you say that experience counts? Experience
counts. You must have served as bishop for some years, and I think with that, he got the experience before being elected into that post. And apart from that, we look at capability, look at the zeal, the passion for the job, and I think he is in possession of all this.
So what are you wishing the celebrant today as he celebrates his 60th birthday?
Wishing him well, that he will celebrate more and more. 60, another milestone will be 70, 70, then 80, 90, 100. Then the Lord can do whatever he wishes to do after 800.
Thank you very much, Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya from the Elekuro Diocese in Ibadan. Thank you so much for your
Bless
time.
you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
in celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, we have another special guest who will be telling us about the celebrant for today, and he is Right Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadaunsi from Ibadan. So I don't mix it up, can you tell us more about yourself?
Thank you very much. My name is Very Reverend Kolade Fadaunsi. I'm the director of the Institute of Church and Society of the Christian Council of Nigeria, based in Ibadan.
Great. So celebrating the secretary of the conference. So tell us, how can you measure his work so far in the period he has, taken that position?
The Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo was my tutorial master when I was in the seminary. He was then the presbyter of the Methodist Church, Bodhicha, in Ibadan. So then he was a thorough person, fine person, personality, a refined gentleman, a brilliant scholar, a leader by excellence. And he served at the time as the bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, based in Ibadan also. So I've been following him for these years. Eventually became the secretary of conference for the Methodist Church Nigeria, and that gives him the opportunity to refine the administrative structure of the church. So he is the chief administrator and works closely with the prelate of the church, and he has given his best. All these years, he has been able to carry the church to a position of enviable status, and also he has been able to redefine the job of secretary of conference in a more refined and beautiful way.
All right, thank you. So it is good that you have known him for a very long period of time. So I want to ask this again. You've mentioned so many things that he has done, but what is that thing, just one thing that sets him apart, from numerous men of God that you already know?
However, Dr. Babatunde Taiwo believe in anybody that he comes across, and he can work with anybody, and also can mold people. And even if you make a mistake, he corrects you in a more subtle way and bring out those mistakes for you to become a better person.
Wow. So, in selecting the secretary of conference, would you say experience counts?
Definitely, because Methodist Church Nigeria is a church that works with experience and also look for people with quality to stand in the helm of affairs of the church. And the position of secretary of conference is not just a status that is going to be handled with levity, or that the church will just take just because we want to appoint someone. It has to be someone that has candor, brilliance, and the ability to manage a very beautiful and wide church like Methodist Church Nigeria. Remember, we're the first church in this country, so we have challenges. Okay. And so anyone that will be the secretary of conference must be someone that will fit into that status.
So, as he celebrates his 60th birthday, what do you wish him?
I want to join others to wish him long life and prosperity. Prosperity not in financial times, but prosperity in earthwise, prosperity in more wisdom, prosperity in total commitment to God, and prosperity all around him, beautifully for him to be able to advance the kingdom here, and also for him to also enjoy the labor that he has put into his service.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadaunsi. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
As ruined and wrecked as the battered ship, he was trying to steer through the storm.
Of the original version of the Swedish, beginning with "O strong God," and then verse "the Skater." Several years later,
verse 2, if you are above 60, you join the first verse to take the second verse. If you are below 60, you will take the third verse by praying to God.
Alright, so it's still the celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and here we have Reverend Oladapo Daramola. He is the minister in charge of the Ikeja parish, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pleasure having you here.
Always a pleasure to be here.
So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
Well, on a personal note, is what we call it is an egbon to me.
Okay.
And in the ministry is my boss.
The ministry is your boss.
Yes.
Great.
So we have a dual relationship. So we have the one he calls me Aburo, and we have the one that it becomes a formal relationship.
Great. So as an Aburo, right? What do you admire in him?
I think his courage. His courage, and the passion he has for the ministry. But more importantly, his courage. I know some experiences he has had, and I saw the way he weathered those experiences. I call them his own storm within the ministry, and how he weathered the storm. It's quite motivating. It's quite, for those who are coming behind, it's quite encouraging. And it shows that if you are committed to the work of God, if you are, first, I think we must establish the fact that if you are called by God, yeah, things will happen, storms will come, but like he did promise, he's always going to be with us. So, and that's one thing I admired and still continues to admire about him.
Okay, so how would you say his journey, or would you say rather that his journey reflects the value and mission of the church?
Well, to a large extent, again, like maybe that's where his passion comes in. Okay. He's passionate about the church. He wants to see the church, just like his own personal life, he wants to see the church overcome challenges and be better. And I think overall, he has reflected that since he came on board as the secretary of Conference Methodist Church Nigeria. He's an ebullient person, and with that, he demonstrates a lot of, again, like I said, courage. He has faith. And that resonates, through anything he does. He never believes anything is impossible, and so in his personal life, it has shown, and has also reflected on his journey as a member of the Episcopate in the Methodist Church Nigeria.
All right. So before we let you go, tell us your wish for him as he celebrates this.
I just wish him all the best in life. I wish him gets to higher grounds. I wish his wife, and who is like an egbon to me also. Okay. So like I said, we have two sides to this.
You have plenty of egbons.
So I wish them all the best. I wish them all the things that life brings in the positive sense of it. And more importantly, in the ministry, I wish him he continues to grow and grow strong in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen. I say a big amen to them. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right Reverend and Sister Timothy Olatunji of Irishanov. Right Reverend and Sister Goida.
The Bible reference is Galatians chapter 1, verses 4 to 5. While known today primarily as the prolific hymn writer, Fanny Crosby was also an influential.
His idea was to bring out the truth that the peace and comfort of the Christian are not founded so much upon the stuff of Christ.
In the Bardon Songs of Devotion for Christian Association in New York, 1870. And then Don and Robert Glory, where it was.
Alright, it is still this Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and we've been having special guests, the distinguished guests come around to talk about him. Do not forget, he is the Secretary of Conference for the Methodist Church of Nigeria, and we have someone very close to him again. I think they've been working hand in hand, and we have him to say something about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here. Let's know who you are, your name, your relationship with the celebrant.
My name is Very Reverend Uchenna Onukube, and the Director of Administration, Methodist Church Nigeria, and in the diaspora. So that's who I am.
Okay, so we had a conversation, I think, earlier before this, podcast started, and you mentioned that you are his deputy. So, as his deputy, how would you say what would you say rather his birthday represents to you as a member of the church?
His birthday, marking 60, it's a big achievement, especially in our climb, and it's worth celebrating. And I believe that today we are celebrating a man that is focused, is very focused, a man that can be loving, a man that also can correct you in ways that you never even thought he could do it, but at the end he wants the best for you. So working closely with him, it has afforded me the opportunity to understand him as a man of many parts.
Okay, so you know now that he's a man of many parts, but I would ask you that what sets him apart? You've actually worked with a lot of people, if you agree with me, but what is that thing that sets him apart when you want to do a comparison?
Yes, what sets him apart is that he's a man that wants jobs done. He would harass you, he would cajole you, he would try to encourage you, or just get the job done. So at first I saw him as somebody that is very difficult to work with, but at the time I understood him as somebody that wants the job to be done, and just let's cross the line and finish and get the first position. So the moment I understood him as that kind of a person, I tilted towards that focus.
Okay, great. So would you say that his journey so far reflects the mission and the vision of the Methodist Church of God?
Yes. One thing about the Methodist Church is that anyone that is in a position is fitted by God, because we have so many persons that are qualified, so many persons that could do wonderful things, but God has a way of narrowing it down to our persons. You might be surprised when a verdict is given or a name is mentioned, and you say, in your own myopic understanding or your own little understanding, you say, this person is not worth it, this person shouldn't be here, this person should be here. But God has his own way of putting people in the position he wants, and it has been so for Methodist Church Nigeria. And when you take time to understand why God put such a person, you see that yes, God is wiser than man.
All right, thank you very much. I want to ask you your wish for the celebrant.
I wish him long life, good health, more wisdom, and above all, money in his bank.
Yes, money in his bank, and I agree to that as well. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you feel the joy in the air and the kind of conversation that has been going on here? Yes, obviously you would agree with me that Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo is a special person. Yes, because you would agree with me again that every testimonial has been positive, and positive. Okay, so we still have a lot of people coming around that will be sharing their experience about the celebrant. But again, we will take a break. Before we take a break, let me remind you that we can bring our studio. Yes, literally. I am saying that we can move Souq podcast from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. Just reach out to us and we'll be right there to make your event more memorable and fun. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll be having more of this conversation. We'll have more special guests come around to talk about the celebrant. It is his Diamond Jubilee celebration, and it's no joke. It's no joke. It is the grace of God for him to have lasted this long, and we know that he's still going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. We'll be right back. It's still Souq podcast, and my name is Grace Komolafe. Don't forget, it is a celebration of the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Taiwo. I'll take it from the top, Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. So I think I'm going to use Papa T at this point. Tell me your relationship. Okay, before we go into you telling me your relationship, I think I need to let our people understand who we have here. So we have the very Reverend Patrick Amidele. Okay, he is the Secretary of
Conference
Education
Secretary.
Okay, so he is the Conference Education Secretary. So tell me, what's your relationship with Papa T?
Papa T is my direct boss.
Okay.
I report directly to him, and it's one of the best bosses I've ever worked with.
Okay, him being a boss, a direct boss to you, how would you say his leadership has influenced you as a person?
Wow. He is a very good leader, a practical Christian, a man with human face, a man who is prepared to lead